Welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground for this CWI Under 19s Rising Stars Men's 50 Overs competition. First round encounter between Leeward Islands Tropical Wave and Jamaica. And we're out for the toss this morning. The match referee and the two captains, Ajay Nelson from Jamaica and Matthew Miller from Leeward Islands.
Mr. Miller has the point. He will toss and Heads is the call.
Heads is the call. It's a tail. And Matthew Miller will bat first. Good morning, Matthew.
Good morning.
Seems like a good pitch, good toss to win.
Yeah, good toss to win, and we just want to set a big total for the Jamaicans to chase.
Excellent, and looking forward to a good competition. You finished 7th last year. Looking to improve on that, obviously.
Yeah, from last year, that's in the past, so we just have to forget about that now and just think about the tournament ahead.
No problem, go well. And Pajay, bowling first. You would have preferred to bat, or you're happy with that?
Yeah, as you can see, it's a batting wicket. Unfortunately, we lost the toss, so just need to come out here and hit the deck and try and get some early wicket and put the Leeward Islands under some pressure.
Excellent, and third place finish last year, looking to go 2 better this year?
Yeah, for sure. As Matthew said earlier, and last year, that we just play some cricket and try to win this tournament.
No problem, good luck.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Okay, so news from the middle here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the first round encounter of the CWI Rising Stars Men's 50 Overs competition between the Leeward Islands Tropical Wave and Jamaica. The news is Matthew Miller from Leeward Islands has won the toss and elected to bat. Good morning and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua, home of Cricket West Indies for the CWI Rising Stars Men's Under-19s 50 Over Championship. Opening round match between Leeward Islands Leeward Islands Tropical Storm, I should say, and Jamaica. News from the middle is that Matthew Miller, captain of Leeward Islands Tropical Wave, won the toss on what looks to be a very good batting strip and decided to take first use of it. So Leeward Islands are batting. They've faced one delivery so far. They've taken a single off that delivery. Teams for today for Leeward Islands: Matthew Miller, captain; Tenez Francis, Jaquan Artenez, Eriot Richards, LaShawn Bergen, Kunal Tilakani, Kazim Challenger, Jaheim Clark, Amore Jones, Rondre Daniel, and Jathan Edward. And the 11 for Jamaica Under-19s is O'Dane Binns, Alexandre Elliott, Kavon Fleming, Tyson Gordon Jr., Giovanni Gray, Demario Hall, Ryan Littleton, Nikolai Jade Moore, Pajay Nelson, captain, DeMarco Scott, and Adrian Silveira. We're just in the first hour over of the day. Score: Leeward Islands 1 without loss. One played and missed, the left-hander. It's going across him, but called no ball by umpire Shemaine Campbell. So it's Amore Jones facing. Tenez Francis is on 1. Jade Moore is the bowler from this pavilion end. And he runs in now to Jones, who takes a wild swipe outside off stump, doesn't make contact, through to the keeper, no run. Score is 2 without loss in the first over here at Coolidge. A lovely, bright, sunny Saturday morning. Here comes Moore again. That one bounces on Jones. Diving effort there at backward point by the fielder. Bounces in front of him. He got some bounce there. Nelson, the captain, wicket keeper, comes down to have a chat with his bowler. Words of encouragement, no doubt. So I'm joined this morning by Vernon Springer. Good morning, Vernon.
Morning, Terry.
More in again to Jones, and this one well outside off stump, left alone, completes the first over. So after winning the toss and electing to bat, Leeward Islands 2 for none after 1. Leeward Islands will be looking for big runs up front from Tenez Francis, of course represented West Indies under-19s at the World Cup earlier this year. Strong domestic season here in Antigua. The Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, the Super 40 competition and the 2-day competition. He made some good runs. See him come back and dominate at that level after, as I say, representing West Indies at the Under-19 World Cup. He'll be on strike. He's just faced one delivery. He's on 1 not out. Adrian Silveira. Left arm pacer will take up the attack from the northern end. Bowling to 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg on the boundary. So Sevilla runs in now to Francis. Francis is steering this nicely into the cover region for an easy single. He picks up his second run of the day and the score moves on to 3 without loss. And over number 2. 50 overs per side competition this. CWI Rising Stars Men's Under-19s Championship for 2026. And Jones comes under strike, still yet to get off the mark. Plays that one into the mid-wicket region, no run. Beautiful morning for cricket, Vernon.
Yeah, a lovely morning here in Antigua and Barbuda. Had some slight showers in the Coolidge area. Nothing much to keep the fans away from. Seen lots of parents so far for the Leeward Islands who are already gathering on the left side of our commentary booth. A couple of parents also who live here in Antigua and Barbuda coming out to support the Jamaican team. So couldn't help but having a lovely chat with Robert Samuels this morning, who's gone down now, Terry, to the youth level. So good morning and to all of the listeners and viewers who are viewing this very important tournament, Cricket West Indies Under-19.
Absolutely. So Silvera into Jones once again, just loses his run-up. It's fantastic. Cricket West Indies able to hold this tournament, very important tournament, as Vernon said. Under 19s, stepping stone in their careers. This one, Jones is getting it down to a third man to get off the mark. Moves on to one.
Think it's a no ball as well too, Terry.
Yes, another no ball.
Silvera overstepping, more or less.
The score goes up to 5 without loss.
Almost like a cardinal sin in the contest.
Yes,
But for some strange reason, I think Silvera just having a little challenge, Terry, from the CIA road end. The breeze is coming from east to west, so we still, even though it's hot, we still have a strong breeze. And he just seeming to just have some challenges just coming up the hill.
yes, exactly. He's trying to figure his run out. And he is this time to Francis. Francis looks to clobber him over the mid-wicket region somewhere. It does not make contact.
Well, I think he was going hard because it was a free hit. I think he lost his shape there, Francis, because he was looking to really muscle the ball rather than just keep his eyes on the ball. And so all he had to do was, just play a proper cricket shot, because once he got the ball anyway over on the onside, he'll be able to get a boundary or some runs. He's looking to try and really hit it out of hit the leather off of it. No need for that at all, Francis.
Silvera in again to Francis. This time shoulder and arms outside the off stump. No shot offered.
Just wanted to look, Terry, at the slip cordon of the Jamaica under-19 team. I see Gray, unsighted by the post there. So
number 76.
And Gordon. And I'm looking at the positioning based on the pace here. I just feel that they look just a little bit too close, Terry, in terms of the keeper. The first slip is almost staggered in a way. From my vantage point here, you want to be able to give yourself some room, especially somebody with a new ball. This is only the second over of the morning, Terry, so if anything flies off, I don't know if the first or the second slip will be in a position where they can react and take a comfortable catch.
I agree with you, Vernon. They're not covering too much acreage there. Silvera just losing his run-up. In now again to Francis. Francis driving on the up, falls short of the mid-off. They go through for a single.
I think what is another no ball again. What is more or less confusing Francis is the change of pace. He's bowling some cutters, and it's very early. This is only the second over, so I think Francis will really just need to just wait, allow the ball to come onto him. This is a new track. In terms of his preparation, he might have been practicing at Rising Sun Ground. Maybe he might have practiced in the nets here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, where the bounce is completely different. This is a new track, so he could maybe just wait some more, play the ball more from under his eyes. Good move there by the wicketkeeper, Terry, who went all the way up in bins to just indicate. Yeah, he's having a torrid time, Terry.
Yes, Silvera, second no ball of the over. He just can't get his run up right at the moment.
A little bit of nerves.
That free hit is swung through the square leg region into the boundary. First boundary of the day, coming off the bat of Amore Jones.
Yeah, he went hard at that, Terry, and into the vacant square leg area for a boundary. That's okay. Just a little bit of nerves. This is his first over of the tournament. He expected to get better.
Absolutely. So after 2 overs, Leeward Islands Tropical Wave, after winning the toss, are 11 without loss. Jones moves on to 5. Francis is on 3. No need to be tight with their lines, the Jamaican boys. Looks a very good batting pitch out there today. Matthew Miller, the Leeward Islands skipper, was very happy winning the toss, had no hesitation in batting. Paget and Nelson.
I think it's a good toss to win.
Yes, said he would have done exactly the same thing. Down the leg side, that one must be called wide.
No, I think it brushed Tanner's tie pad on his way going through. So good decision there by the umpire. The umpires in the game today, all from Barbados. Anaya Holder and Shemaine Prescott. We've got that right.
Yes,
Well, that's what I saw in your paper, did I?
that's right. Yep.
Okay, so I'm just making sure. Don't want to get in any trouble with you, Terry. I don't want to have to pay
Too early in the morning.
a Vitamalt.
Don't I? This one down the leg side.
But you'll also have to consider, Terry, that the Cricket West Indies, they're also playing the new format. You know, ICC tried to introduce where they got a certain corridor once the ball is within that area.
Yes.
So I think the umpire, they had a good look and deemed it possible. The only thing is that I have not seen the markings. We had the markings for the under 15, Terry, but I don't see the markings for the under 19. We'll get back to that. I'll have to talk to Peter Nero about that.
Better delivery by Moore. Well watched by Francis. Score remains on 11 without loss in over number 3. I did see during the test match, Fonan, that a lot of batsmen, whether they're expecting a call, even though test match cricket and the bowler, as he should, gets a lot more leniency, but they seem to have a hard time playing the ball down the leg side, just turning it or pivoting and turning it. They're staying too square onto the deliveries, can't get it off the square. Another ball by Jade Moore down the leg side. Francis doesn't make contact. So it's more in from the commentary box end to Francis, and he loses his run-up as well. So both Jamaican opening bowlers just struggling with their run-ups
I think in
at the moment.
I think in the gather, more just getting up just a bit too early. You'll have to time that. It's a big, strong athlete. Normally you expect that from the Jamaicans.
Again down the
This
leg
time.
side, this time well wide, well taken by the keeper. Another run to the Leeward Islands, move up to 12 without loss in over number 3.
And when you got a new ball into your hand, Terry, it's almost in a situation there where Moore was more or less pushing the ball, trying to bowl an in-swinger, and fell away on just about on the gather. We sort of push it wider than normal. The breeze very strong here at Coolidge.
It's well played by Francis, but the indecision, and
Trouble.
they're both up the one end.
You
The
get away.
return is nowhere near the stumps. Now it comes in, and I think he's made it home. Whoa, comedy of errors there. Francis played the ball into the offside, just backward of point. And Jones was keen on the run. He ran through. Francis started, but then stopped. Moore slipped over. The throw to the bowler was terrible. Straight over his head. And the return throw, I think Moore's got in. Vernon,
Yeah, you gotta make that count. You have to relax. There's no pressure. Both batsmen are in the same crease, so there needs to be no panic. Bowler gets behind the stump, get a good throw, and complete the job. But sometimes you just need a bit of luck.
You do. And the Leeward Islands survive, but just try to lob it back to the bowler instead of throwing it more directly. They would have been in business. Over completed. Second over for Moore. He's got figures of none for 3, and at the end of 3 overs, Leeward Islands 12 without loss. Francis is on 3, and Jones is on 5.
Jamaica maybe might look back at that ruined opportunity. And normally at this level, at any cricket level in general, you have to be so composed in terms of run-outs because something is always going to be happening. You know, you have 2 players, Jones from Nevis, Francis from Antigua and Barbuda. They might have only just got together in the camp, so there's always going to be disarray in terms of the call-in. But there are 3 basic things that you pay attention to, Terry. Yes, no, wait.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter where you go. The fundamentals remain the same.
And it was played behind the wicket, so it was Jones's call.
Well, it should have been Jones's call, right?
Yes. And we're going to have a change of bowling.
Do you remember him, Terry?
Who?
Come on. Oh, good friend. Lickerton.
Littleton, yes,
man.
yeah.
He's one of our favorites, man.
It
I didn't get a chance to go across this morning and say good morning to him, but when I saw the name, I'm so excited for this youngster.
He's into Jones.
Starts with a wide.
Wide down the leg side.
But he's a live wire.
No,
We saw him at the under 15 level, Terry.
We did, and he is very much a live wire.
Both in the field with the bat and with the ball.
With the ball. Ball in hand he's got at the moment.
Yeah.
Coming over the wicket to the left-handed Jones, which is good to see. That bounced on him a bit. Played down into the onside, no run. 13 without loss in over number 4.
Now, Jones by nature, Terry, is an attacking opening batsman. But this is a different track today, so he's going to maybe just need to have a look. And I know that the Leewards management team, their head coach, they'll be looking to want to go hard in the power play. But they'll maybe have to pay attention and just have a look for us.
Oh, and
Dropped.
there's an edge. And a good attempt there by the slips fieldsman, but it is put down. So Jamaica have had their chances. Second chance in 2 overs, run out in the previous over. And now a drop at first slip.
See what I was talking to you about, Terry, in terms of how close he is. Got to
Yes.
give yourself enough room. They've been maybe 5 steps back. It would have been a real comfortable catch for him. He'd been able to see the ball. When you're in those positions, you've got to be he still keeps going forward.
And that
Dropped again.
Yes, flicked off his legs and dropped it short, fine leg this time.
Dropped again.
Wow, Jamaicans struggling in the field, struggling with their lines.
Let's look at that.
And also in the field, great effort. He dived full tilt.
But if he got there, he's got to take that, Terry. Looks like Elliot, the number 44. If we can just get my cameraman to just switch that, but it was diving away.
So they certainly had their chances, but Jones and Francis survived. 15 without loss over number 4. Littleton in again. This one wide outside the off stump. Jones doesn't play. Through to keeper and Captain Nelson.
Number 66 that dropped that catch, Terry. Scott, DeMarco Scott, and he looks a little winded there. Think he maybe fell very hard.
Again playing and missing outside off stump. Nelson asked the question, but No edge found.
So Lickerton has come on, Terry, and straight away he's strung into action. 2 drop catches.
2 drop catches and a couple passing the edge of the bat.
All off Jones.
Down the leg side this time, called wide. Another extra to the score, 16 without loss. Good to see him starting over the wicket to the left-handed Jones. Should have had him, especially that slips chance.
Yeah, the one that went to Gray.
Put down by Gray. It's played firmly into the cover region. No run to complete the over. So after 4 overs, Leeward Islands 16 without loss. Jones is on 7 and Francis is on 3. So they've created chances, the Jamaicans, but they've been untidy in the field. 2 drop chances going down and a run out that should have been executed with both batsmen ending up at the same end. Leewards survive. They'd want to survive. They'd want a good start here. Going at 4 runs to the over so far. That looks a good batting pitch, but like all
Following it.
pitches, you need to get in first. Following, what are we following now, Vernon?
A one-off test match being played at the Lords in England. We'll get back to that, Terry.
New over started by Jardemont. Through to the keeper, no run.
India scoring 285 of 74.5 overs. England now trailing by some 122 runs. They won 63 for 9. So for sure it looks as if we're going to get a result in that game, Terry.
That's the women.
Yeah, that's the women. It's good to see some red ball cricket being played among the women.
He slashed that high over the cover region. One bounce into the fence, 4 runs. So Francis not messing round. Bit of bounce, but had the width. Went through with the shot. And the breeze helped it on its way. His first boundary.
And one thing, what I like about Tanis Francis is that he's come back from the West Indies under-19 team that participated in the World Cup. And he's come back with a statement. He's come back here in Antigua and Barbuda. He scored runs for his local club. He scored runs for the school. And he continues his batting form.
And that one is pulled beautifully through the mid-wicket area into the boundary. 4 more back-to-back boundaries for Francis.
Yeah.
He moves on to 11. The score 24 without loss in over number 5.
And that really was a nothing ball, really. No need to be trying to see if he can bang the ball in short here. I think the Jamaican bowlers will certainly have to adjust their lines and lengths and bowl a lot more fuller. Especially with the new ball. Short balls to Francis really not going to work.
No. And a lot fuller, as you say, Vernon, especially new ball and 2 slips in place. More in again.
That's better.
This one's close.
That's better.
Lot better. Fuller delivery there by Moore.
That's
Asked
better.
the question, but I think Francis might have got a tickle on it. But a lot better delivery, that one. Yes, I've been impressed with Francis, how he's come back and dictated terms, which is what you want to see after representing West Indies at the under-19s 11. Jaquan Artanes, who's also in the 11 today for Leeward Islands. He had a ton of runs at school level this past season.
But I think we also need to really improve the standard of school cricket,
Yes,
Terry. Otherwise there'll be a myth that even though you score 1,000 runs in school cricket, when you have to be able to convert that at the next level.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes what you get away with at the school level, you will not get away with at the under-17 or the under-19 level. But Francis has really shown a pedigree that he's going to be a good player.
Absolutely. It's wide outside the off stump to complete the over. So at the end of 5 overs, Leeward Islands 25 without loss. Francis is on 12. Jones is on 7. Yes, the schools cricket not as strong, but he certainly made, Jaquan Artenez certainly made a lot of runs, double century, you name it, he made it this past season.
It's good to see the government of Antigua and Barbuda Ministry of Sports also investing, and we'll be sending off a combined school team to the Sir Garfield Sober Schools competition. So I want to wish the coaching staff, Pernell Watley and company, all the best. I think that's another avenue exposure now, along with some of the young cricketers who are also involved in England with the exchange program. We'll come back to that, Terry.
Littleton continue the attack into Francis, and Francis is guiding this down to third man for easy single. Moves on to 13, 26 without loss in over number 6.
Just like to see the keeper. There was a return coming back into the keeper, Terry, and for some strange reason he decided to just use his left hand. He'd be advised to, cup the ball both hands. Sort of almost took his eyes off of the ball.
Keeper for Jamaica is also the captain, Ajay Nelson.
Yeah, he's showing a little bit of frustration.
This one's guided to backward point by Jones, no run. Littleton staying over the wicket to the left-handed Jones. Jones is on 7 of some 18 deliveries. Put down in Littleton's previous over twice, once at short fine leg and the other at first slip. One's attempted drive, fuller delivery at the stumps, lot better delivery by Littleton. Looks like Gray there at first slip has given himself a bit more room. Played into extra cover region, no run, 2 men out, so there's a long on and a fine third man for Jones. Now he decides to come round the wicket to the left-hander.
Good control here so far by Rigerton. He's been brought on to really just attack the stumps, just bowl wicket to wicket. But he's bowling a very heavy ball. You could see the effort from him.
Bang on target again, played defensively on the side by Jones, no run.
He's a competitor. I like him. I like his spirit. Just looking at Jones to let him know, listen, you're going to have to bat today.
He's dropped a fine leg back to the boundary and brought the third man inside the circle. As he's around the wicket to Jones. Fuller delivery, hit in the air, drop in no man's land.
Yeah, sort of mistimed that, Terry. Sort of hit the bottom half of the bat as well too. Just scooped up into the air. He's now looking at his bat. And I think that's because of the extra pace from Rickleton,
who completes the over. So after 6 overs, Leeward Islands 27 without loss. Francis is on 13, Jones is on 8. Ryan Littleton has bowled 2 overs, no wicket for 6. But we were talking about the schools cricket though, Vernon, very important, because I heard reports out of Jamaica that some of the secondary schools pull out of their school's competition because of lack of finance. This is not what you want to hear. Oh, is this change of bowler left arm over? I think he swapped. Yes, it's Silvera. He swapped ends, so he's coming from the commentary box end here at Coolidge.
He's also started with the wider as well.
Yes.
So his struggles continue.
Bowling to two slips.
I think maybe it might be the right hand for him, Terry.
Could be. Better delivery, struck beautifully by Jones through the cover region, 4 runs.
It's a beautiful shot. He was leading, head position and everything was perfect there. If I can get my camera guy to be able to just flash that up, Terry. Just look at his head position.
It's an excellent shot.
Sweetly timed there from Jones. Found a gap. A lot of times, sometimes young players, when they're batting, they don't take time to be able to find the gap. But he did find the gap there.
Moves on to 12, brings an adjustment in the field. The second slip comes into the cover region. One played quietly into short extra cover, no run.
I'll say something to you, Terry. Having been involved in not only coaching but the administration side of the cricket, I don't think that in the Caribbean that we have worked out how expensive cricket equipment is for a number of the schools in the Caribbean. And in fact, maybe just not even in the Caribbean, but even all around the world. I'll come back to that. Unlike when you can just get a football, Terry, you can go to a store, Terry's Sports Show and buy a football. The cricket is it's a lot more expensive, really. And I don't think that we've really come up with a plan. In fact, we don't make cricket equipment in the Caribbean.
And so that's always been a downfall.
Yeah, so it makes it even more expensive. And gone are the days, when school teams would have a kit where everybody will be able to use their own stuff. Things have changed since COVID as well.
Driven firmly again, this time straight to the short extra cover.
So, as compared to, it will always be a challenge for a number of the governments, a number of the Ministry of Sports Department, in terms of financing cricket, because it's such a big cost as compared to football or maybe compared to track and field in terms of equipment. I want to be able to make sure that everybody understands what I'm talking about, because Terry would need his own bat, he would need his own shoes, his own gloves. It's an expensive sport.
He really went after that one, Jones. Through to the keeper, no damage done. He remains on 12, 32 without loss. 1 ball remaining in the 7th over.
I like the maturity here from Tanis Francis, just indicating to him to just leave. You can't be going hard at everything. Just have a look. But Jones' temperament is that he's a dasher. Sort of remind you of maybe a Clayton Lambert approach, or the Guyana. Wants to get on with things.
Silvera into Jones, and this one beats him outside the off stump. Good finish to the over, just the 4 runs off it. Beautiful cover drive by Jones. Leeward Islands 32 without loss after 7 overs. Francis is on 13 and Jones is on 12.
So 7 overs ball, even though it's 32 without loss, it's been pretty exciting. The Leeward Islands under 19 scoring at 4.57. And as Terry said, Francis 13, Jones 12. Jones 12 from 28. But the most important thing is that he's there. And today could be his day. Had 2 chances. One at first slip and one at big effort there behind square. But he want to be able to put that behind him now. He's got to start.
Absolutely.
And Francis will now have to contend with Rickleton from the CIU road end.
He's over the wicket into the right-handed Francis, who's driving Down the ground, but well fielded by mid-on, and there's no run. But just getting back to the schools and the schools cricket though, and the importance of it, and you're dead right, Vernon, that a lot of the cost and why schools around the region can't afford it is got a lot to do with equipment. But you need help, whether it comes from the governments. Littleton in again to Francis, who's playing it beautifully on driving through the mid-wicket region into the boundary 4. That was a touch of class.
Yeah, a lot of class there, and to play the on drive is
not easy.
It's not a really easy shot, but he got in his good head positioning, and he waited on that delivery, Francis. If you look there, there's pitch there. Didn't try to overhit it, just worked it. Strong bottom hand coming into play there, and didn't try to overhit it. Just used the pace, and he got a lovely boundary there, Francis. Touch player.
And this time through the offside, they've got a sweeper out on the cover point boundary. Just the single.
But I'll tell you, in Jamaica context, there's been a lot of diaspora support. And I know coming out of the Cricket Hall of Fame, which is in the Connecticut area, Junior Codlin also, he's got his development academy in Jamaica. He receives a lot of support. And they have some other contributors in the United States of America and Canada who look out for their alma mater schools in Jamaica. And it comes in terms of whether it is track and field, football, or cricket. So a lot of support comes in from the diaspora, especially for the Jamaican athletes. You only have to just look in terms of when they're going to the Penn Relays. A lot of those entities in the United States of America raise funds to get their athletes out there. Because, it's an opportunity to give, the young boys and girls on the world stage, to get a scholarship.
Slower delivery.
Yeah, you had to wait for a long time for that, Terry. It's gone for 4.
Waited well enough. Slower delivery, full toss down the leg side. Turned down into the fine leg boundary to end the over. 42 without loss.
Yeah, he tried a back of the hand slower delivery. Sort of disguised it, but Francis is in such good form that he waited on it and then just helped it around in this fast outfield here for another boundary.
So the couple of chances that Jamaica did not take, starting to prove costly as Leeward Islands move on to 42 without loss after 8 overs. France is 22, runner ball 22. Jones is on 13 of 29 deliveries.
Well, when you win the toss, Terry, I'm sure the team management would have the objective. On a good day, they would be thinking about maybe getting anywhere close to 275, 280. And a start is also very important.
Silveira to continue, left arm pacer into the left-handed Jones. He plays it into the cover region, no run. Yes, absolutely. They'd have a target in mind, but all-important start. And as I say, Jamaica failing to hang on to a couple of chances and then a run out that should have been affected. But that's all gone now. They have to stick to their task. It looks a good batting pitch, so it won't be easy. Driven nicely, but well fielded by the short extra cover, no run.
The other thing, Terry, in Antigua and Barbuda, there has to be a system, and it must be mandated that we go back to introducing primary school cricket. You've got primary school cricket taking place as we speak in Nevis, where you got the TDC Renaka Morton primary school cricket competition, and then you just had the completion of the primary school cricket in St. Kitts. So I'd hope that they can maybe combine and have the winners play against each other, or maybe the 2 top teams playing against the 2 top teams in Nevis. Misfield there, Terry. giving away another slight run there from the fielder.
Yeah, it was well driven by Jones. He went straight at this time towards mid-off. Got a hand to it, but they complete 2. Score goes up to 44 without loss in over number 9. Jones moves on to 15. But that's what I was about to say, though, Vernon, the importance, because, you know, cricket is culture, and the importance of having it, as you say, especially in the primary schools and then into the secondary schools, but strong foundation. Clipped into the mid-wicket region, well fielded. Don't think about a single, but decide against it this time. Score remains on 44 without loss.
I think the word development is used very loosely, and when you sit down and you think and you hear people talking about development is also patience, and you have to have the right systems, the right codes in place, and the right personnel in place to be able to have development. And I keep saying all the time, Terry, competition is not development.
Severa in again to Jones. Jones is driving again, firmly up to mid-off, no run.
If you've never introduced someone to primary school cricket, you can't expect them to just step up and just go straight to the secondary school or to the high school.
Yes.
and play well. And it's almost like a situation in Antigua and Barbuda where somebody just believes that another Joel Andrew is just going to just drop out to the sky, or Matthew Miller or somebody. But you have to put systems in place to be able to hone that talent.
Beats him, wrapped on the pad. 2 completely over. So after 9 overs, Leeward Islands 44 without loss after winning the toss and choosing to bat here. Coolidge. Jones is on 15 and Francis 22. Yes, correct. And you know, back in the glory days, they didn't have the systems in place and thought that production of fast bowlers and batsmen and of the like would just continue. People often ask me about the more developed countries, and so like Australia and England and South Africa and whatever.
It all comes down to personal, Terry, because factory cricket ground was an academy in itself here in Antigua and Barbuda. You could move around. You could look at in Nevis, you had Grove Park, which is now the El Camino Willett Park in St. Kitts. So you've always had all your buckets of spaces. The issue I think is happening is that you don't have the Taddy Arundel, you don't have the Noel Gishard, you don't have the Derek Parrys, the El Camino Willets. Those are the guys who, when they were playing, they were still giving back to the game. They were coaches. So, and the village raise young cricketers. Don't think we have that happening these days. We just have people just turning up to just go and play in a competition. Maybe
Very
they don't
true.
even have the adequate area to practice. You look at someone like a Tanis Francis in the just completed Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association competitions. A lot of people started to follow this young man's progress, because every time you looked on the news or you heard on the radio, you heard Tanis Francis. So everybody was like, I'm going to look at this guy. Who is he?
And that's cut firmly high over, backward point into the boundary. Another 4 for Francis, moves on to 26. Leeward Islands 48 without loss in over number 10.
No, I think there has to be something that the Jamaican fast bowlers or the bowlers so far have to understand. When you bowl short and wide to Francis, he's going to put you away. So they just need to come back and bowl a fuller length and take pace off of the deliveries. Good adjustment there by the bowler, adjusting his length. But every now and again, the vibes of young players feel that they got to bowl a short ball, they got to come at you. You know, but on this track, you got to be patient.
Got to be patient, and you got to pitch it up, stump to stump, bring the stumps into play. Played to backward point. They think about the single, but not on. 48 without loss. But I just feel, though, Vernon, right round the region, that more emphasis needs to be put in, because without cricket, you know, lose a lot of the culture and so on. I was going to say about the developed countries, and that swung away through mid-wicket again. Handsome shot by Francis into the boundary for 4. He's looking good. The 50 comes up for Leeward Islands. Tropical wave. They move on to 52 without loss at the end of over number 10. Francis moves on to 30, and we'll have our first drinks break of the morning. We too will take a break on Cricket 360. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies, for this first round clash between Leeward Islands Tropical Wave and Jamaica Under-19 CWI Rising Stars men's 50-over competition.
Got a new bowler now, Terry.
We do have a
Damari
new
Scott.
bowler. Yes.
Yeah. Off spin.
Off spinner, is he?
He looks like first delivery sort of look like that. Let's see what's happening. Ooh, a little bit of drift there, Terry.
Yeah. Beats Jones outside the off stump. Leeward Islands, after winning the toss, we're in over number 11, 52 without loss.
Jones going at something that he really doesn't know about, and really no need for him. So straight away, Terry, we're seeing that Jamaica have gone on the defensive after the Leewards have got off to a flyer of the first 10 overs. So you got a long on, long off, sweep on the offside, and you got a mid-wicket. And for sure, I like this move, Terry. They started with a slip. Now the captain is making a change now. He's bringing up number 56 inside the circle. Oh, it's a good move.
That's
yeah, that had some turn on it. As they would say, some bite.
He's getting a bit of turn, and as you said, a bit of drift. Round the wicket to the left-handed Jones.
Yeah, Jones is going to have a little bit of patience right now. Just maybe have a look. It's the first over.
Have a look indeed.
Beautiful, beautiful line. Played circumspect there by Jones.
Dropping his mid-on, back to long-on.
Yeah, sort of kind of cat and mouse situation. I feel he's just too close, Terry. Needed to give himself some room so he can see the ball. Decent first over from
Very decent.
from Scott.
Yep.
The Marco Scott.
So Leeward Islands 54 without loss after 11 overs. Tenez Francis is on 30. Amore Jones is on 16. Just the 2 runs coming from Scott's first over, and it looks like we're going to have double change and spin from both ends as Alexandre Alliot will take up the attack for Jamaica from the northern end. Encourage people, if they're in Antigua, come down and watch the future stars of West Indies cricket.
But it's not only here in the Caribbean that we've been complaining, because I was looking at, I'm in a chat in England, Terry. We'll come back to that. Got a leg spinner.
Down the leg side, called wide. It's running into the boundary.
4 byes.
4 byes.
4 wides.
And 4 wides, yes.
That's a little bit tough on the ball. I thought the keeper could have done a lot better with that, but I think he maybe might have been unsighted by Jones' extravagance there. If we look at him right now, in fact, even his line of positioning, Terry, his right foot is almost down the line of the middle stump as well.
Jones just trying to rush things with the spin, I believe, Vernon.
He's going for power, really.
59 without loss. We're in over number 12. Elliott into Jones. That time he's playing defensively into the onside, no run. So Jones is on 16 of 43 deliveries. It's been a bit of a struggle for him. One given some nice flight, carved back with a point, straight in the boundary like a tracer bullet.
That's a sweet shot, Terry. Just waited on it and just used the pace and found the gap. That's a lovely shot by Jones.
Excellent shot. He moves on to 20. He's ridden his luck, had a couple of chances. He's looking to cash in now. 63 without loss. Leeward Islands is Elliott in again to the left-handed Jones. And this time he's covering up, playing it back to the bowler. No run. 2 men deep on the onside. Deep mid-wicket and deep backwards square. And also a long on. Long off. Peeled. And he's given him. Played back to a quicker one. And he's been trapped in front. Umpire Holder says you've got to go, and a disappointed Jones goes for a 45 ball 20. Leeward Islands Tropical Wave lose their first. 63 for 1 in over number 12.
I think it was a misjudgment of length there, Terry. Completely just, if we look at the replay now, Terry.
Yes.
Yeah, trying to get fancy. You'd be advised next time, Jones, to just look to punch the ball down the ground and just misjudge the line and open the face of the bat. Missed it. It's almost like a straight ball, Terry.
It was. It was a quicker one.
Yeah. But good opening start. And the Leeward Islands will be very pleased with their start.
Yes, 63 on the board. 1 ball remaining of the 12th over, so they've laid the foundation. There's Kunal Tilakani walks to the crease.
Another West Indies
under
19 player from St. Kitts from the Molyneux area. So good morning to my colleague, my friend, my mentor, Noel Gishard. Another product coming out of the Molyneux area. And this young man has got some serious talent. So good morning to Jace Taylor his present coach, Larry O'Dane.
His first ball looking to cut. Called
Wide signal. That's harsh.
Interesting. Yes.
That's real harsh, Terry. I thought that was in the...
Almost took the edge.
Of course.
Playing this one back with a point. Good piece of fielding. Prevents any run. Completes the over. So successful over there for Jamaica. They pick up their first wicket through the spin of Elliott. And after 12 overs, Leeward Islands Tropical Wave, after winning the toss and electing to bat, a 64 for 1. Tilakani just new to the crease. He's on naught, and Tenez Francis is on 30.
Francis, in an interview with the media here in Antigua and Barbuda, did indicate and has already set his goals. He knows that he will be the batting kingpin for this Leeward Islands under-19 team. He's got Tilakani, he's got young Matthew Miller, who has got such an abundance of talent. It's almost like a couple of years ago, Terry, we were looking at Matthew Miller in the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament right here, maybe 9-10 years old. You could still see that moment, Terry.
Yes, very true. Of course, he come up through the under-15s, under-17s. Now skipper of the under-19s. Second leading wicket taker last season's under-19s CWI Rising Stars competition.
Even though I was still kind of a little bit confused, Terry, in terms of how Miller was used for the West Indies under-19 team. It was almost like used as an all-rounder, out-and-out seamer, more or less.
And that's hit high over short extra cover. Poor bit of fielding on the boundary by the long off there. Lets it go through his hands.
Fleming has to do a lot better. He did all of the hard work. Got around. Got to keep your eyes on the ball, young man. Kevin Fleming. Can't afford to give away boundaries like that. Got around, get down. Yeah, he forgot about the long barrier position, Terry.
Another good looking shot by Francis. Moves on to 34. 68 for 1 in over number 13.
Just like to see Tanez really just open the hips there, Terry, and hit that ball straight down to long on. He's good enough. He's trying to get fancy there. No need to try to get a leading edge and then get caught at short mid-wicket. Yeah. You know, just stand up. Even that ball, he could afford to get in line, stand up and punch that ball, look to find the gap. The fielders here for Jamaica who are in the inner circle, they need to give themselves some room, especially the cover and the short mid-wicket, so they can see the ball.
Scott completes his second over, and after 13 overs, Leeward Islands Tropical Wave, after winning the toss and electing to bat. 68 for 1. Tenez Francis is on 34. And Tilakani yet to score.
Well, one of the things which is even more relaxing for the Leeward Island batsmen is that they're almost getting a boundary every over. Now, if the Jamaicans can be able to just take those boundary balls away, then it could sort of build some pressure, especially on Tilakani, who's just come to the crease.
Left arm spin of Elliott. Oh, not bounced.
Yeah, that was a good one. It was well played there by Tilakani, who
well
himself
played.
is a spinner.
Mm-hmm.
He's a not.
Ooh,
He's
big
in
appeal,
trouble.
big appeal, and he's gone.
He's in trouble. He is in trouble.
Caught on the crease. Quicker delivery again. And gone. LBW. Second LBW. Tilakani gone for naught.
But I think, Terry, even in Tilakani's defense, he's looking to go square. Now, if a left-arm spinner is bowling to you, you got to look to hit the ball
Straight
in front
up.
of the V.
Mhm.
And again, miss the line, the head movement. If you look at it, Terry, look at look at it, Terry. See the bat face? Yeah, you got to look to punch that ball up in front of you for a little longer. And that's the difference, even when you look at the approach so far here from Francis. Got to look up the V for a longer period of time. So Tilakani goes back for naught.
It was actually caught behind. A good sharp catch by Captain Nelson.
Good. But he's gone for naught.
You're gone for naught. Naught, 2 deliveries.
Yeah,
The
you gotta
Leeward
look
Islands lose their second.
Punch that ball up in front of you. No need to try to go square. No need for that.
68 for 2. So spin doing the trick here for the Jamaicans after they missed a few chances, been rather sloppy in the field, but they've hit back with 2 quick wickets.
But the ball is turning here as well.
Ball is definitely turning. Definitely.
Jacquan Athanez, one for the future. The son of Justin Athanez. Athanez himself, can you remember, he started way back when for the Leeward Islands in an under-19 tournament in St. Vincent.
Plays his first delivery straight back to the bowler. Yes, and as we were saying earlier, scored a ton of runs this year. Schools cricket
Even local cricket as well too.
and local. Yes, absolutely.
Has the same mannerism as his dad. And his dad started as a fast bowler. Was coaching that team, Terry, Leeward Islands under-19 team. Also, good morning to Mr. Golden Graves, the umpire, during that series. Yeah, just needs to have a look here, Athanez. Just give himself a chance. This is just only over number 14.
What he is doing is playing the ball straight, which is good to see.
Has to be important.
Ooh, almost a return catch there. Elliott causing problems.
Yeah.
He's picked up the 2 wickets, and at the end of the 14th over, Leeward Islands 68 for 2. Sorry, 69 for 2.
Yeah.
Almost a lazy shot there that offered a return catch. So, Jamaica hitting back here in the last couple of overs. 2 wickets to left arm spinner Alexandre Elliott. 2 for 11 off 2 overs. Francis remains. He's on 34. Artenez just joining him. He's on 1. Artenez on strike. 69 for 2 after 14. Scott continues. He's also getting some good turn out there. Into Artenez, and Artenez is forward in defence. He's bowled into a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, long off, long on, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and deep backward square. 69 for 2 in over number 15. Artenez on strike to Scott. Playing back to this one, defending up on the onside, no run.
Good variation of pace here in terms of the deliveries here so far by Scott. Mixing up his variations and his pace on the deliveries as well.
Bowled well, the 2 spinners working in tandem with each other. Got the breakthroughs. Scott just keeping the pressure on from this end, and that was a maiden over. So well bowled by Scott. Score remains 69 for 2 after 15 overs. And Tenez Francis, well set, 7 fours in his score of 34 off 34 deliveries so far today. Chanceless knock. Look to continue, go big for the Leeward Islands tropical wave.
First maiden for the day, Terry.
Yes, first maiden.
In the 15th over. So they must be listening to you, Terry, because they've really taken away the boundary balls now. From, you could say maybe from over number 12, they've sort of put a break of scoring on the Leewards.
Elliott continues. This one played quietly to the onside by Francis. No run. Elliott, the wicket taker for Jamaica so far today. Left arm spin. 69 for 2. We're in over number 16. Francis digs this one out to the offside. No run. So they're chalking up a few dot balls. That's 9 dots in a row. Keeping the pressure on. This one played straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, Elliott not afraid to loop that delivery, Terry. Francis had to really wait for a very long time as well too.
This one he's sweeping and sweeping well into the boundary. 4 runs, breaks the sequence of 10 dot deliveries with a boundary. Moves on to 38. Scores 73 for 2. Good shot.
Yeah. Out came the broom, and he got a good result, which was a boundary to sort of just ease the pressure.
Elliott again. One
Beautiful delivery.
right on target, defended by Francis to complete the over. So after 16 overs, Leeward Islands 73 for 2. Francis has moved on to 38. Jaquan Artenez, new to the crease, he's on 1. DeMarco Scott will continue from the commentary box end. He's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 6 so far. Bang on target again as defended back up the pitch. Bowling to Jaquan Artenez. Just turning this nicely. Backward of square. Fieldering quickly from the boundary. Just the single. He moves on to 2. Leeward Islands 74 for 2 in over number 17. Francis back on strike. Plays that defensively into the mid-wicket area. No run. 3 men out on the onside for Francis. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on. This one's short and he turns that round, helps it round the corner. Too easy, just losing his direction there was Scott. Francis pounced on that one. Simply helped it round the corner for 4 more. 78 for 2. Francis into the 40s. Runner ball 42 so far. Scott is into him again, and this one side off. Tried to be fancy with that. Luckily, he got enough on it to avoid Nelson behind the sticks. Sort of dabbed at it, trying to run it down to our third man. It caught the shoulder of the bat, looped up over the keeper. And defends the final ball of Scott's over. So 5 from that over, and Leeward Islands 78 for 2 after 17 overs. France's 42, and Artenez is 2. No need to get fancy, Vern. You're playing very well.
Yeah, I just find, you know, and it comes from bad habits, Jerry, because even when you're in the nets practicing, you just feel like you have to get back onto the ball, but you just need to do the basics consistently. On a track like this, you got to look to hit the ball down the ground and not square. It's almost like a get-out shot. Even with the first slip is, Terry, I don't think that the first slip is going to catch anything. The distance that he is at is very far back. The captain, the keeper, he has to be mindful of that.
Well, watch that delivery by Artenez. So Elliott, he's been the wicket taker for Jamaica so far today. 2 for 15 in his 4th over. Just loses his run up there, which is only a couple of paces.
I think it's the new order of the day.
One played out into extra cover region for a single. Get much timing on that. And he moves on to 3, 79 for 2 in over number 18. Tossed that one up and stroked all the way along the carpet up to a long off by Francis for an easy single. Elliott into Artenez. Artenez trying to play that off the back foot, gets the edge. There's your slipper. Straight down his throat, trying to play off the back foot was Artenez, forced the issue, it bounced on him, took the edge. Simple catch for the man there at first slip, which I think is Giovanni Gray. Dropped one earlier, but that one was too simple. Takes the chance. Elliott picks up his 3rd. Jamaica pick up their 3rd. And Artenez has gone for 3, I should say. 80 for 3 in over number 18.
I know how the game has just turned from 63 without loss to now 80 for 3.
Yes, they've hit back strongly through their spinners. DeMarco Scott keeping it tight from the pavilion end. And the left arm of Elliott picking up the wickets from the northern end here at Coolidge. So that wicket brings Leeward Islands captain Matthew Miller to the crease. He joins Tenez Francis. Francis remains on 43.
Another West Indies under 19 player, young Matthew Miller. I know his colleagues in his new school in England, the Beatty School, his coach, they will be glued very much to this coverage.
Let's that last delivery go by Elliott. So Elliott has bowled 4 overs. Had 19 dots in those 4 overs, 3 for 17. And Leeward Islands tropical wave after 18 overs at 80 for 3. Matthew Miller just coming to the crease. He's on 0, and Tenez Francis is on 43. So they've lost some 3 wickets for about 14 runs. 3 for 17. Leeward Islands, since spin was introduced into the attack. The left arm of Alexandre Elliott claiming all 3 wickets. Now we're going to have a wrist spinner from the pavilion end. Cavorn Flemings comes into the attack. That one's cut through the cover region by Francis out to the fielder on the cover point boundary for an easy single. He moves on to 44. Leeward Islands 81 for 3 and over number 19. Brings Miller on to strike. His opposite number, Nelson. Just adjusting the field. Flemings. Wide delivery.
Yeah.
Chased by Miller, and he still couldn't get anywhere near it.
Yeah. It looked as if it slipped out of Fleming's hand. Another wide again.
Wide, yes.
Yeah, I think the grip, Terry, could see that he's just gripping it too much. Just got to keep it simple and just relax. Yeah. Muscle memory. He just needs to remember what he did in practice.
That one closer.
Yeah.
Had Miller on the drive through to Nelson. A run.
So good morning to Curtis Crook in St. Kitts, who's glued. He sends his greetings as well to Terry.
Good morning, Curtis.
Call
Glad
him
you're
the-
enjoying the cricket.
Ooh.
Oh, that was a...
That's a Jaffa.
Yes, that's exactly where he wants it.
Whew. That is a Jaffa. Where did that come from?
Spun and turned. By...
Shoo.
Oh, yes.
Oh boy. This is going to be exciting.
Should be. Oh.
Ooh. Wow. So Terry, normally you think that you see pacers coming out of Jamaica era. They seem to go to a new reality now. First we saw Vital Laws, who's been drafted into the West Indies senior team, coming out of the under-19 exploits, and now we've got a Fleming who's causing some more danger here. Oh.
Peel
Beauty.
by Nelson for a stumping. Not out, says the umpire, but beautifully bowled by Flemings.
Wow.
Started off with a couple of wides, but he's certainly found his line and length now, and he's getting some good turn out there.
Yeah, this is going to be a test.
Absolutely.
Let's see.
Miller still on naught,
See what his control is going to be like.
and again beats him. So a good over by Flemings, just the 3 of it. And at the end of the 19th over, Leeward Islands, after winning the toss and opting to bat, at 83 for 3. Francis is on 44, and Miller is on naught.
Think we have a game on here, Terry. Leeward starting
Believe so.
with a 63 without loss, and then they lost the wicket of Jones. And Jamaica just look a complete different team with their spinners.
Yep, and they're settled down in the field. A lot more support after missing a couple of early chances. It'll be Elliott to continue. He's been the wicket taker. Swept well by Francis down to the boundary for 4. It's the second time he's opted to play the sweep shot. That one went straight through. Backwards square in the circle.
I think that was a battle line delivery as well, too. So started wide and it continued wide.
Gone on to 48 and plays that all the way along the carpet up to long off for his 49th run. 88 for 3 and over number 20.
Presentation of the bat face there coming from Francis. It's going to be very important. Got to look down the V a lot longer. Miller
gets off the mark.
executing the same.
So he'll be happy with that.
Both captain and vice captain at the crease now. Francis, the vice captain, looking to score half century. The first, he gets it.
And that will be it. As he cuts that out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary to complete his half century of 49 deliveries. 10 fours in that 50 for Tenez Francis. Good job.
So
Innings by the opening batsman for Leeward Islands, 90 for 3 and over number 20. Be looking to kick on now. And Miller thinks about a single, but short extra cover was in quickly. Leeward Islands Tropical Wave will see these two as their engine room, no doubt. Captain and vice captain in Tenez Francis and Matthew Miller. Miller plays this sweetly along the carpet once again up to long off to complete the over. So after 20 overs, Leeward Islands Tropical Wave, after winning the toss and electing to bat, 91 for 3. Francis just completing his half century. He's on 50. Captain Matthew Miller is on 2. The wrist spinner will continue, and again Miller is beaten. Vaughan Flemings, his first over just went for 3. Beat the bat a number of times of Miller. Miller faces him now. Slip in play. Looks for the look for the reverse sweep there. Vaughan. And almost got an edge through to Nelson. And again, he looks for the reverse sweep, and this time makes connection. Running away to the third man boundary. Gets there now. So 4 to Miller, his first boundary of the day. He moves on to 6. Leeward Islands 95 for 3. So Miller feels that's the best way to knock Flemings off his line. Bring out the reverse sweep. This time he's punching through the cover region out to the sweeper on the boundary. Comfortable single. Moves on to 7, 96 for 3. Leeward Islands Tropical Wave in over number 21. Brings Tenez Francis back into strike. He's on an even 50. Played through the point area. Thought about coming back for 2. Happy with 1. Francis moves on to 51, 97 for 3. This little partnership forming here. 17 off 18 so far for the 4th wicket. Again, beats Miller with a good one to finish the over. 6 coming off that over. And at the end of it, Leeward Islands 97 for 3 after 21 overs. Francis is on 51 and Miller is on 7. So Matthew Miller there combating the leg spin of Fleming's with a couple of reverse sweeps. One he missed, one he executed well. It'll be Elliott, the wicket taker. To start his 6th over, he's got figures of 3 for 25 so far, and he's into Francis. And Francis is back and pulling this through. Square leg into the boundary, 4 more. Just dropped short there, did Elliott, and Francis was onto it quick as a flash. Good feet movement, use the depth of the crease. Moves on to 55 off 51 deliveries. The 100 is up for the Leeward Islands. 101 for 3 and over number 22.
Yeah.
Francis continues to impress. Chanceless knock so far. Looking for a big one.
So good morning to Alan Douglas and all the folks in Bermuda who are viewing and listening to us here. 101 for 3. Yeah. I think Elliott just has to continue that line. He has to bowl the ball into the surface, Terry. Don't mind him flighting. Every now and again, he just has to remember to just bowl the ball into the surface. When you bowl the ball into the surface, that's when things begin to happen. Beautiful line delivery. And the fielders, they're going to have to really support the bowlers. Ground feeling. Jamaica has to lift their ground feeling. Too easy. Just too easy.
Good communication though between the two.
These two would have played a lot of cricket together, coming from the nation of Antigua and Barbuda.
So 102 for 3, Leeward Islands under 19s after 22 overs. This set about a good score on what looks to be a very good batting pitch, although the Jamaicans are getting some turn as the wrist spinner Flemings continues. He's punched the ground to long on by Francis. Very easy single, 103 for 3 and over number 23. Francis moves on to 57. Captain Matthew Miller on strike. Again he tries the reverse sweep. The full toss at one. Can't make good enough connection to beat the backward point. Fleming still has a slip in play. It's driven past the diving effort of the short extra cover. Gets a single, moves on to 8, 104 for 3. Francis faces Flemings. Better delivery by Flemings. Watch by Francis. Strokes that one nicely up to long off for another comfortable single. So put on 25 these two from 30 deliveries for the 4th wicket. 105 for 3 and over number 23. Miller on strike. Plays it firmly, but straight to short extra cover to complete the over. So 105 for 3 after 23. Francis is on 58 and Miller is on 8.
So as the late mighty arrow out of Montserrat would say, Terry, it's rebuilding time. After being 63 without loss, Leewards have lost Jones, Tilakani, and Athenes. And so now two of their most senior batsmen in the team, and captain and vice captain, Captain Miller, vice captain Tanis Francis, they now will be thinking about batting the remaining 50 overs, Terry.
Yes, most definitely. Vernon, these two would seem like the engine room for the Leeward Islands as far as the batting is concerned. Cut out to sweeper on the cover point boundary for another single for Francis. Moves on to 59, 106 for 3. Miller back into strike. Miller is trying to force this through the cover region, but well fielded once again by the short extra cover. Looks to be Jade Moore there in that position. Elliott in again, and this one's swept. Conventional sweep by Miller. Doesn't get all of it, but it's a good enough chunk of it to take 2. So he moves into double figures. He moves on to 10. 108 for 3 and over number 24. Jamaica looking to break this partnership before it gets out of hand. And that's pulled in the air, but well wide of the long-on fielder. And has it gone all the way? It has. Just clears the ropes down there on the mid-wicket boundary. First 6 of the match. Comes off the blade of Matthew Miller.
So just to give a 360 roundup, we have Trinidad and Tobago taking on Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago are 91 for 3. And Windward Islands versus Barbados. Barbados under 19, they are 184 for 3. So it seems to be almost a trail of 3 wickets all around so far, Terry.
Yeah. 184 for 3 though.
Yeah.
That's not bad going.
Not at all. 24 overs gone here, 115 for 3. And just to give you an idea in terms of what's happening in that game, which is being played at Bethesda, Jordan Graham scored 76 for Barbados. Gatson Boyens scored 62. Kalani Clark is on 50 not out, and Kemar Dixon is on 22 not out. Barbados piling on the pressure at the end of 21 overs, 187 for 3.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in sunlit Antigua, home of West Indies cricket. First round action of CWI Rising Stars Men's Under 19 50 Overs Championship for 2026. That's the Leeward Islands Tropical Wave up against Jamaica Under 19s. Leeward Islands won the toss earlier today on what looks to be a good batting strip. Had no hesitation in opting to bat first. 116 for 3. We're in over number 25. That's driven on the bounce to long off by Tanis Francis. He picks up his 60th run. He's 60 Matthew Miller, captain of Leeward Islands, is on 18. They put on 37 so far for the fourth wicket. Full toss swept out to the deep mid wicket, who restricts the scoring to 1. So that completes the over. First over after the second drinks break of the day. And we're halfway through Leeward Islands innings. So after 25 overs, Leeward Islands 118 for 3. Francis is on 60 and Miller is on 19. They were 63 without loss and then slumped to 80 for 3. Recovery going on. Fourth wicket partnership here between these two, captain and vice captain for the Leeward Islands. Spin has done the trick so far today for Jamaica, and we're going to have another spinner in Giovanni Gray. He's replacing Alexandre Alias, who's been the only wicket taker. 7 overs, no maidens, 3 for 40. Left arm spin. We have Giovanni Gray operating from the northern end at now. Francis is on strike, he's on 60. Miller's on 20, 119 for 3 and over number 26. It's hit firmly up to long off by Miller for another easy single. Correction, that was Francis. He moves on to 61. Miller back on strike, he's on 20. Gray into him now. And he paddles this one around the corner for another single. So they're picking up their singles, turning the strike over nicely, these two. Put on some 41 runs now for the fourth wicket. After the Leewards lost 3 for 17. That one almost squeezed through under the bat of Tenez Francis, but he survives. He's looked good for his 61. One let go outside the off stump to complete the over. So after 26 overs, Leeward Islands 121 for 3. Francis is on 61 and Miller is on 21. So good going by these two. Leeward Islands put on 63 for the first wicket, but then lost 3 for 17. To be 80 for 3. Vaughan Fleming's the wrist spinner will continue from the commentary box end here at Coolidge. Well, 4 overs prior to this, no wicket for 15. Bowling to Miller, who's on 21. Miller is punching this through the cover region. Sweeper quickly off the ropes, but then fails to pick the ball up, so they come back for 2. Hasn't been the best day in the field for the Jamaicans. 2 drop catches and a run out that should have been executed when they had 2 Leeward Islands batsmen at the one end. And just their groundwork also, they've let a couple of misfields. 124 for 3 and over number 27. Francis back on strike, he's on 61. Facing the wrist spin of Cavorn Flemings. Well watched outside the off stump through to the keeper, no run. Flemings in again to Francis. This one drops a bit short off the back foot, punched up to long off for another single. $125 for 3. And that's where it'll stay at the completion of over number 27. So Leeward Islands Leeward Islands Tropical Wave, 125 for 3 after 27 overs. France's 62 of 67 deliveries. Captain Matthew Miller, 24 off 33. Partnership is worth 45 for the 4th wicket now. So they're going at a good clip, 4.6 to the over. Still some 23 overs to go. As this one's hit and hit high in the air, long off is coming round and takes a good catch, but it is a no ball. Well, well, well. Gray thought he'd picked up the big wicket of Tenez Francis, who tried to hoist him over the long off boundary. Didn't get all of it, went high in the air. Good catch taken by the fielder down there, but only for the umpire to signal a no ball. So instead of seeing the back of Francis, it'll be Miller now that will face a free hit. Cardinal sin for any bowler, but especially a spinner of a couple of paces. No balling. He swings that, it comes off the edge over third man who's inside the circle, and despite his best efforts, runs into the boundary for 4. So 4 more to Miller. He moves on to 28. And Leeward Islands, as the 50 partnership comes up, 51 off 57 for the 4th wicket between Miller and Francis. Leeward Islands move on to 131 for 3. Gray around the wicket now to right-handed Miller, and punches this through mid-wicket region. Another single. He's going to stay around the wicket, is Gray. He'd be fuming though. Bowler no ball as a spinner, and it's always the way. Ends up taking a wicket and proves costly. 132 for 3 and over number 28. Francis on strike, he's on 63 and he's turning this through the mid-wicket region. Deep mid-wicket comes off the boundary to restrict the scoring to 1. He was on 264, 133 for 3. We shall see how costly that mistake proves for Jamaica. This is the partnership they dearly love to break. Gone over 50 now, 53 off 61 deliveries. Really the engine room for Leeward Islands Tropical Wave. That one's swept by Miller, backward of square. Chase on for the fine leg, comes around nicely, picks up, fires the return back in. 2 more to Miller. He moves on to 31. And after 28 overs, Leeward Islands 135 for 3. Francis is on 64 and Miller is on 31. But oh, what could have been in that over by Giovanni Gray, overstepping. And it's cost them the wicket of Tennis Francis. He survives. It'll be Miller on strike though for the 29th over. Miller's on 31 off 37. Tossed up, well watched by Francis. Vaughan Flemings continues, bowled tidily, beaten the batter on a few occasions. He's into his 6th over, no wicket for 19. It's punched into the extra cover region by Francis, no run. So they've done themselves no favours in the field so far today, Jamaica. Oh, and that one almost a return catch again. Trying to flick that was Francis. Ended up hitting it straight back to the bowler, who went at with one hand. I think he was surprised more than anything. Put it down again. So that's the 3rd catch that's gone down today. Wicket off a no ball. A run out that wasn't executed. Could be a completely different story, but at the moment, Leeward Islands going merrily along, 136 for 3 and over number 29 run.
Yeah, and just to give you a roundup in terms of the matches, Trinidad and Tobago are 98 for 6, Terry. Come back to that, give you, for the folks who are following, I think the Jamaican ground feeling. Don't have a lot of time in between games, but the coaching staff will be very, very, very disappointed in terms of the catches that have been dropped today. And it's not like, to me, it's what you would consider to be regulation catches. It's partnership now 57 and growing, 57 off 68 deliveries. As you would say, rebuilding time, the end of 29, 137 for 3. So just to give you an idea in terms of what's happening at Leewards Sports Club here in Antigua and Barbuda, a ground which I feel should really be developed into a first-class and international venue. And the history behind, you know, the folks like Eileen Baptist, Kenneth Benjamin, Rakeem Cornwall, you know, all these guys have come out of that area. Young Hayden Walsh Jr., time enough to be able to now, you know, turn Leewards Sports Club or Ball Beef into an international venue. Trinidad and Tobago 101 for 6 in 27 overs. And so they've been having a very torrid time. Caden Pollard was dismissed for naught today. Ramcharan naught. Lal 14, Rahman 33, Richards 31, Ghani 10, and Mohammed naught. Wicket takers so far for Guyana, Passad 2 for 20, Ramdal 2 for 21, and Amsterdam 2 for 21. So that's happening at Liberta. Then we rush out now to Bethesda. Over to you, Terry, and then I'll give a roundup on Bethesda.
Yes, Giovanni Gray continues from the northern end. Couple of runs to Matthew Miller off his first delivery, 139 for 3 and over number 30. Miller moves on to 34.
Could tell you it's going to be a high-scoring game there at Bethesda. And at the end of 25, Barbados are 201 for 3. And this is after Jordan Graham scored 76, Gatson Boyne 62. Now our batsman is Kalani Clark on 23 and Kemal Dixon on 27. So 26 overs, Terry, 203 for 3. Think we're going to get a 400 score there by the build of it, Terry.
By the defending champions. Francis plays this quietly back up the pitch to the bowler. No run. 140 for 3 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground over number 30. Miller looking to turn this through the mid-wicket region, but straight to the fielder. No run. In Jamaica, just been lack of concentration in the fielding department today. Let themselves down. Wide cold as it ricochets off the keeper's pads, so they take a single.
Once again, we say good morning to Gale and Manova on the, looks like it might be Gale and Manova on the manual scoreboard. Sun really not belting down yet to them, but they've come padded up with their hats.
Yes, they do a sterling job there, looking after the manual scoreboard in the heat. It's the mid-afternoon there. Great effort done by all. She's giving you a wave, huh?
Yeah. So the opening partnership was 63, and now this partnership is yielding some 63 runs as well to Terry.
Yes, an important partnership after losing 3 for 17. 143 for 3 Leeward Islands after choosing to bat first. That's after 30 overs. Francis is on 65. Captain Miller on 35.
There we go. Minerva on her phone. Maybe checking to see if she's got the right score. Gail is also listening as well. Good morning, Gail. Yeah. So we're tracking them.
Vaughan Fleming's with his wrist spin will continue from this, the commentary box end. No wicket for 21 off 6 overs so far. Reverse sweep comes out again by Miller.
Now I know Miller wants to be going for the reverse sweep, but I think he's going to have to be careful, Terry, and just, go back to the conventional way. If it's offline, I don't have a problem in him trying that. But in the meantime, just look to hit the ball down the ground. You don't want to get a leading edge and then you get called up.
Oh, yeah.
There's a appeal for leg before there. Wasn't sure. Looked a little tentative playing that shot there, Miller. He'd be advised to get his bat in front of his pad. And he's trying to get fancy there. No need for that. Just look to hit the ball down the V. Maybe even use his feet as well, too. Short. He mistimed, but gets a boundary still. Still has the power to dissect the mid-wicket and the long-on boundary for 4.
Yes. Quick onto the back foot. And he noticed dropping short. But he's tried that reverse sweep about 4 or 5 times. He's only connected once. So it hasn't been very profitable for him, but he keeps trying.
And nothing is wrong with it, Terry. It's a good conventional way that you have in your batting armory. But sometimes you have to look at the complex situation of the game and say, well, hey, listen, let me just wait until when he's offline rather than, maybe trying it when it's almost just there or thereabout. Because you could get a leaning edge and then you could be caught. Then you'll be very upset with yourself.
There we go again.
Yeah.
Straight to backward point.
Just play the conventional way. Just take that out of your armory right now. Just focus. These two should be thinking about batting all of the 50 overs. So no need to be trying to take any undue risks.
He steps across this time and tries to sweep conventionally. Misses. End of the over. After 31 overs, Leeward Islands 147 for 3. Francis is on 65 and Miller is on 39. But I agree with you, Vernon, that if it's offline, that's fair enough. But I think batsmen these days try to use it as a weapon to force the bowler offline. And that is where
At
they
this
get in
stage,
trouble.
Terry, they're expected to score 237 based on how they're going about. You have another 19 overs, and if they get to the last 10 overs and these two are still there, they could get way past 237. So I'm saying no need to try to give your hand away.
Definitely. Well called single, but not so good backing up. Has gone right through, has it?
It's
Gone
gone.
right through for 4 overthrows. So 5 coming off a single and called buys.
Yeah.
So the 150 comes up for Leeward Islands Tropical Wave. Shy at the stumps by Bajay Nelson, the captain. Not backed up terribly well at all. Went through 2 fielders. And they ended up with 4 extra. Gray continues. That's hit straight back to him by Miller on the bounce. No run. 152 for 3 and over number 32. Wide down the leg side this time by Gray. This looks to me like he's trying to rush through his over.
Yeah, he just needs to relax himself. Just land the ball in the same spot all the time. He's just trying to get through the overs. Sure, they'll be under some pressure. Bale flying off here.
Yes.
He's very strong here at the
breeze.
Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Has been for the last couple of weeks here in Antigua.
Yeah. The only thing we need now is some heavy rains.
Yes, it keeps threatening, but nothing happening in that area.
You understand that El Nino is keeping away the rain? Sometimes we look at what's happening in Europe, Terry. We see a lot of rain, even in the U.S.
Yes, times are a changing, Vern.
Every day. Yeah, we have to talk about life, not just about time. Life in general.
Time makes life, or life makes time?
It's a pretty good one, Terry.
As we ponder on that, 154 for 3, Leeward Islands after 32 overs. Francis on 70, Miller on 40.
Yeah, Elliott has bowled well so far, 3 for 40 from his 7. And maybe had there not been such poor lapses in the ground field in the Jamaica under-19 team, scoreboard could have been completely different. It could have been maybe a different scenario here. But it's still a chance for Jamaica to come right back into this game.
Fleming tosses that one up. Half stopped by the short extra cover. Miller comes through for the single. Moves on to 41. 155 for 3 and over number 33.
Just like the fielder short extra cover, Terry, to give himself some room so he can come back. Because once the ball hits the pitches here, it tends to take off, and that caught him. So he has to be able to see the ball. He's in no man's land, really. And that's something that I think that he's going to have to pay attention to once you're playing at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And don't feel anyway, sonny boy. Even some of the guys who play for the first division or first class teams, professional team, they too get trapped here in that position. Maybe something that the coaching staff, maybe somebody could maybe just send a message. The guys at short extra cover and short mid wicket, give yourself some room so you can see the ball.
Driven straight back past the bowler. Another single to Miller, who's under 42, 157 for 3.
Don't think we'll be seeing any more paces for the rest of the day, Terry.
Well, it doesn't seem so. They got enough spinners in the team anyway.
For sure. I don't think any paces will be getting any look back here.
It's cut away to a fielder out there on the cover point boundary. Another single.
That's some
7 bowlers used so far. We've only seen 2 paces. There'll be 5 spinners in action.
Yeah. Well, you know for sure you're gonna be spin friendly with these tracks here in Antigua and Barbuda. It's pretty dry. See what I was talking about, Terry? Again, that's what's gonna happen to him all day. He has to come back, give himself some room. And here's where the teachers in the backroom staff have to be able to guide the young players. Now, had he been back some more, Terry, that ball would have come straight to him. These two players in Miller and Francis, they play with power. So they tend to hit the ball. They tend to go hard at the ball.
So 159 for 3 after 33. Miller's on strike. He's on 43. Gray continues from the northern end. This is where Jamaica really have to knuckle down in the field and keep their head. Another 17 overs remaining, including this one.
They have to just take catches. Terry.
Take catches and
That's what they have to do.
improve their groundwork as well. Gray into Miller. Trying to force that through the extra cover region. Can't beat the field, no run. So 3 dot balls. Good start to the over by Gray, who hasn't bowled that badly. Took the wicket off a no ball though. And this one's gone high in the air. Fielder coming round. Can't get there. Drops between 2 of them. Miller takes 2. Another half chance there. Swirled around in the wind. Wasn't easy, but I rather thought it was the deep mid-wicket. Had less ground to make up than the long on. In the end, he left it for the long on, but it dropped well short of him. Gray in again to Miller. Miller's just running this to short third man. Quick single. Boy. Nearly took out his captain there. Keeper. Cheeky single at home very safely.
Yeah. Caught on his heels there. The fielders inside the 30-yard circle, they're going to have to be a lot more sharper. Thought almost a close single there with Francis and Miller as well too. Ground feeling again.
Yeah, you see how he went after that off his own bowling, just flung his hand out there, could have stopped it. Nonetheless, 34 overs completed. Leeward Islands 163 for 3, Francis 73, Miller 46.
It's pretty hot here in Antigua and Barbuda, and so hydration break taking place. Umpires just allowing that period of time. Always have to be mindful about the players. Another young prospect coming off there, Terry. Young mentor. He's really got a bright future ahead of him as well too. Kerry mentor.
Creek,
Yeah.
Kerry's son. Good morning, Kerry, if you're listening. I put on a big partnership. Local cricket this season. Father-son partnership.
Yeah. The father is somebody who would have also dominated youth cricket when he came to Antigua and Barbuda. Had a tough time getting into the Leeward Island senior team. I think there was just too much politics during the time when he played at the senior level. Not a misfield again from a Jamaican player.
Yes, coach wouldn't be happy about this, Vern. They've been slack in the field, to say the least, today.
But it's not just only, I think most of the bowlers, the modern day bowlers, Terry, when they're bowling, they seem not to want to be able to feel to their own bowling. Yeah, they don't put their bodies on the line. If you go back to the days of Lance Gibbs, Roger Harper, Noel Gishards and company, they were always looking to feel to their own bowling, and if you don't look sharp, they run you out.
That's smacked, got the treatment, short. On the back foot was Miller. One bounce over the mid-wicket boundary and 50 to Matthew Miller.
Yeah.
Well played skip.
60 balls, Terry.
Yes.
Very powerful knock here indeed. Seemed to have caught everybody off guard, young Miller. We'll get his stats in a moment. That's sat up. And he just clobbered that for another boundary.
And again, short. This one played up to long off for a single. 169 for 3, Miller 51, Francis 74, in over number 35. Fleming's in again. This one drifts, turns, well watched by Francis, no shot offered. Looks like Fleming's is going to bowl his full 10 on the trot. Last ball of his 9th coming up.
He's been the best bowler, so easily one of the best bowlers so far.
Oh, bottom edge there, was it? Went through everything anyway. Down to towards the third man boundary. They come back for 2. And yes, he got some bat on that, so. Yeah, just that under edge, past the keeper, past the slip. So 2 to complete the over. And at the end of 35 overs, Leeward Islands sitting pretty. 171 for 3 with Francis on 76 and Miller on 51. Jamaica desperate for a breakthrough. Well, they'll be looking at a very long afternoon. With another 15 overs to go. Projected score at the current run rate of 4.89 is 244. They get a lot more than that though, as Vernon says. These two, captain and vice captain, stay together. Anyway, Gray continues from the northern end, and that's punched into the mid-wicket region by Miller for 1. He moves on to 52, 172 for 3 and over number 36. Giovanni Grace into his 6th over. No wicket for 30. One turned around the corner, good running. Come back for 2, came back very quickly. Got there comfortably. Good running once again by these two. 2 more to Francis, moves on to 76. Sorry, correction, 78. Century looming. Plenty of gaps out there for him to find. As Jamaica well and truly on the defence. They've got a long on, a long off. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Another misfield there in the cover region. Picks up another 2. Moves on to 80. 176 for 3. Partnership approaching 100. 96 for the 4th wicket. Bowled that one into the pitch. Rushed Francis. 96 off 109 so far between Francis and Miller. Excellent going. Gray in again to Francis, who's defending the onside to complete the over. So after 36 overs, Leeward Islands, after opting to bat first, 176 for 3. And as I say, the partnership worth 96 now for the 4th wicket. Jamaicans have it all to do. Francis is on 80, Miller is on 52.
So we've seen 2 successful partnerships so far, Terry. The opening partnership of 63. And that came from Jones and Francis. I could look and see that Dennis Francis looks like he's, don't want to say he's cramping up, but he's been there from the start of the innings. And with the heat here, it's maybe taking a toll on him as well. 176 for 3. He's done a lot of running so far within the process. 80 from 93. And Miller has not helped at all because he's come in and he's gone from 52 to 62. So it means that Francis has been put under some pressure. Pace back into the attack, Terry.
Yes, well, it's getting to that stage, Vern, where they need to try something, Jamaica. They need to break this partnership, that's for sure.
With 14 overs to go,
they're looking at a
I keep
big score.
like I indicated to you, these 2 have to be thinking about batting all 14.
Absolutely.
That has to be their mission.
Left arm passes. Severa is met down the track by Miller and thumped high, wide and handsome. Straight over the long on boundary. 6 runs.
It's almost like practicing to a bowling machine. He just decided that he was going to charge this one. Oh, like the approach, like the intent here so far by Matthew Miller.
That brings up the 100 partnership. What a way to bring it up. 102 off 111. Miller moves on to 58. 182 for 3. The Leewards in the 37th over. Silvera in again, and this one is punched up to mid-off for a single. Miller goes on to 59. 183 for 3. Medium pace of Adrian Silvera. He's into his 4th over. No wicket for 23. Francis back on strike. He's on 80. 20 singles, as Vernon Springer will tell him, to get to the landmark of 100. Left arm Silvera over the wicket to Francis. Full pitch delivery dug out by Francis. They go for the quick single. Shy at the stumps, doesn't connect. Home safely. Moves on to 81. 184 for 3. Brings Captain Matthew Miller back on to strike. Jamaica desperate for a breakthrough, as Silvera well up to the bat this time, but again can't prevent the single. Fumble there at mid-on. Miller now moves on to 60, 185 for 3, and over number 37 brings Francis back into strike. He faces the left arm of Silveira. One better delivery. Defended back to the bowler by Miller. Got 3 men out on the offside. Wide third man. Cover point on the boundary and a long off. And a deep square leg on the onside as Silveira into Francis. Francis tapping this into the short extra cover region. Bit of a hesitation, but they come through for a single to complete the over. So at the end of 37 overs, Leeward Islands Tropical Wave 186 for 3. Tenez Francis is on 82. And Matthew Miller is on 60. So they put on some 106 runs for this 4th wicket. A match-defining partnership here between captain and vice captains of the Leeward Islands after they lost 3 for 17 prior to them coming together. Still got 13 overs left. Projected score has gone up to 252. Current run rate is just past 5 and over. And Gray will continue from the northern end. Bowling to Francis. Just getting his fields right. Into Francis now, and Francis is forward in defence. Pushes it back to the bowler, no run. Gray again into Francis. He's gone for the big one, straight down, long off's throats. Thrown it away, did Tenez Francis. Gray got him trying a similar shot that was taken by long off earlier in his innings, but that was off a no ball. This time Gray keeps his foot behind the line. And Tenez Francis goes for 82 of just the 97 deliveries. The partnership has been broken. 106 for the 4th wicket. Leeward Islands Tropical Wave will lose their 4th wicket. 186 for 4 in over number 38. So he'd be disappointed with that, Francis. He played well, batted very well, but he'd like to see him bat out the overs. Didn't happen. Jamaica will be very happy with that. Got a water break here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. We'll take a break on Cricket 360 and return shortly.
So, right after the break, Leeward Islands losing Tenez Francis. Scott Baines bowled Gray for 82. 98 balls, 11 fours. And it is now brought out Freeman. Wide delivery signal. $186 for 4. Young Matthew Miller is not out in 60. 35 balls, 4 fours, 2 sixes. And the Leewards will be looking to go one better, just going down the leg side. Leewards opening partnership. LaShawn Bergen has come out to bat. Young player from St. Kitts, from the St. Paul's area. You know, his aunt, his godmother, auntie, everything you can call her, Aline Springer. She'll be glued to the television. His mom, very big supporter. Another wide delivery again by Gray. So Gray just trying some things here. No need for that at this point in time. Total so far of 18 boundaries and 2 sixes have been hit in this innings. Leewards lost wicket 1 for 63, 2 for 68, 3 for 80, and 4 for 186. That was the wicket of Tanis Francis. Bergen maybe not getting to the pitch of that delivery there. He's a tall guy. Represented the Leeward Islands at the under 15, under 17, and under 19 level. One of the potential prospects coming out of St. Kitts and Nevis. He's away for an easy single. And they come back quite easily for 2 in the end. So Bergen is off the mark with 2. We're into over number 38. Giovanni Gray, 1 for 38, is into his 7th over. Round the wicket. Bergen is driving. Can't beat the fielder cover. Over comes to an end, and at the end of 38, Leeward Islands batting first. They're 190 for 4 at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Tanis Francis just got out for 82 of 98 deliveries. 11 spanking boundaries, batted for 140 minutes. Opening partnership along with Amari Jones was 63. He went for 20. Kunal Telakani, he was caught Nelson Bowl Elliott for naught, and Jacqueline Athens was caught Grey Bowl Elliott for 3. So the Leewards still pushing ahead. They've used, I would say, close to about 7 bowlers so far. Jamaica. Welcome back, my colleague here, Terry. But just before I get Terry into the hot seat, Miller is on 60. And with at least, you could say, almost maybe 12 overs to go, 11 overs to go. It's going to be a mission here where Miller should not be thinking about getting out. He's got to bat as deep as possible if the Leeward Islands is to get anywhere to a pressing total. It can get up to 270 because Miller is a no-nonsense player. He already demonstrated in the over before that he can hit this ball out to the ground quite easily. Strokes it into the offside for an easy single. Thinking about 2. Bergen is coming back, but he's got to hurry back up because Rickerton is coming off of the sweeper boundary area very quickly. Dashing that one back into the keeper. Score in the meantime goes up to 191 for 4. According to the prospects, with a count run rate of 4.98, Leeward Islands could get up to close to 249. And based on how this track has been playing here, it will certainly fit the Leeward Islands attack. Got Chayton Edwards and Tilakani and their spin Athens. Here is Bergen driving again with just more or less the top end. I'd like to see Bergen really lead with his head and his shoulders there. Get out to the pitch of the ball and look to find the gap. Mid-on and mid-off inside the circle as we speak. Now Miller coming down and having a word with him and saying, listen, you know, just be positive. I know you can bat. But just get yourself into the right position. Silvera from the media center and left arm seamer. It's always good to see one of them. Here is Miller just steering this into the offside, and they're getting a very comfortable, easy single. So good running here by these two players in Young Bergen and Miller. At the end of this over, Terry will come into the hot seat to come. Kazim Challenger, Jaime Clark, Rondre Daniel, Iwet Richards, and Jayton Edwards. Total of some 23 extras so far, 18 wides, 4 no balls. 191, 92 now for 4. Miller, captain on strike, gets a short ball and just turns it to the short mid-wicket fielder. Can't get a run in the process. Vast acres of space available here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Got some small birds just moving around and picking up maybe the seeds or maybe some food or something just to feed themselves. We're talking about nature. Miller is driving. Gets a very easy, comfortable single in the end. As the fielder from cover comes around. So over number 39 comes to an end. At the end of over number 39, the Leeward Islands batting first. They're 193 for 4. Captain Matthew Miller is on 62 from 69 deliveries with 4 fours, 2 sixes. And Taras Francis, he scored 82 with 11 boundaries. Over to you, Terry.
Yes, and joined by LaShawn Bergen. Made some important runs for the Leeward Islands at this level, under 17s level. Looking to stick around with his captain in Matthew Miller. As Vernon said, Miller will be looking to bat out his remaining 11 overs.
Over Bethesda, Barbados at 249 for 5 with 15 overs to go.
Wow.
Kemar Dixon is on 55, not out. And this is after Gatson Boyne scored 62 and Jordan Graham 76. So no one has scored 100 for the day as yet. Things could change there. We go over to Liberta. Trinidad and Tobago are fighting back. They're 157 for 7. Christian Lal is not out and 52 not out. So a lot of half centuries. Can somebody get 100 here in the first round of the first innings? That's going to be the bet. I won't bet against Miller getting 100 here. I won't bet against Lal getting 100 as well, Terry.
Definitely. Miller looking to reverse sweep Gray. Doesn't make contact. Uses his feet nicely this time though. And they take a single up to mid-off.
It confuses me, Terry, when you look at how Miller just used his feet and plays the ball there, to tell me that he still wants to be trying to switch it and do everything else. That's all you have to do. You got 6 singles available in front of you, mid on, mid off, long on, long off. You make your bet, you make your choice. No need to try to get reckless.
I agree. Want to be throwing your wicket away at this stage. 195 for 4. Again, he uses his feet, but this time can't beat the short extra cover fielder. 194 for 4, and over number 40. Miller's on 63.
Put one on that, Terry. 195.
Again, just pushing into the offside. Good quick single.
And Jamaica won't mind that, Terry, because it's singles and they're taking away the boundary balls. They've been very high proportion of boundaries in this game so far, and this is over number 40 with more to come.
Tilakani looking to, Bergen looking to turn that into the mid-wicket region. Can't beat the field. Over completed. So after 40 overs, Leeward Islands 196 for 4. Miller is on 64.
Now, in the first 10 overs of the Leeward Islands innings, they were 52 without loss. So we'll have a gauge now, Terry, to see what the final 10 overs will bring for the Leeward Islands. And we're talking about 60 deliveries. So if you get 60 comfortable singles, Terry, you're well on your way to over 250.
Absolutely.
You know, I like to keep it simple, Terry. I don't like to
Yes.
make it complicated. Miller is 64. Final power play. He needs 36 more singles to get 100. He has to be thinking about that. Half centuries don't count. Hundreds, you turn up, you make a statement.
Silvera left armour to continue from the commentary box end, and that is pulled high wide and into the over the mid wicket boundary for six more to Miller. Dropped it in short. Short hasn't been the way to go all day, and Miller was quick onto that, pulled it beautifully.
Now his mindset has to be, Terry, I'm going to back the remaining 10 overs. 200 has come up for the Leeward Islands, so they're 202 for 4.
Miller moves on to 70, 6 off the first ball of the over. Silvera in again to Miller. And lazy shot there, outside off. Doesn't get the edge though. Through to Nelson, no run. So 202 for 4, and over number 41. We're looking minimum 250 from here on, especially if Miller can stay.
If they don't get 250, Terry, I think you'll be a Cardinals in.
Yes.
Not based on the start that they would have had.
6 wickets remaining. Played nicely.
Ground feeling has
Backward
not
point.
been excellent at all, Terry, by the Jamaican fielders today.
No, they haven't done themselves any favour. Could have been a completely different scorecard that we're looking at. But nevertheless, Leeward Islands still had to knuckle down, put runs on the board.
So the role here for Lashon Bergen would be, let me get my skipper
Support
on strike.
Miller, yes.
Yeah. No need to try anything. Mid-on, mid-off coming up. So they're trying to put some pressure on Lashon Bergen. But he's a good player. They're bringing in the sweeper on the offside. I think this is good tactic here so far, Terry, by the Jamaican captain.
Definitely. There are only 2 men out. There's a wide third man and a fine leg. And deep backward square as that's driven
Sweetly cover
nicely
drive there by Bergen.
straight past the short extra cover into the boundary, 4 runs.
That's a lovely shot.
He moves on to 8.
So already, Terry, 11 runs out of this over so far.
Yes, with no risk. 207 for 4 and over number 41. Bergen again facing Silvera, who's going to come around the wicket now.
Yeah, just has to get that stride.
And again, he's thumped it into the offside, driven up to mid-off, who stops it. They take a single.
I think almost for a moment there, Lashon Bergen lost his shape. He was looking for power. Just needed to just get into the right position. And that's going to be so important. These two, they have to bat the remaining 9 overs. Miller has got a chance to get the first 100 and get himself 100, especially at the under 19 level. Announce yourself.
Long off, long on, go back to the rope. Plays that wide over, long on. They take 1, think about 2. Won't get it.
He's got all day, so no need for him to try to get run out at this point in time.
So the over comes to an end after 41 overs. Leeward Islands 209 for 4. Francis made 82. Matthew Miller, captain, still there on 72.
Just want to say good afternoon to some folks in Market Street who are following the cricket, Jabot and those guys. So good to see those guys. Also, Trevor Marty Huggins and company. Those guys at the shop. My colleague here, Terry, you get a chance to see the folks here, because maybe just say good afternoon to the guys.
Good afternoon. Great that you're listening. Hope you're enjoying the match.
Yeah. Say good afternoon to Trevor Marty Huggins, the Honourable. He's just enjoying himself.
Giovanni Gray will continue from the northern end, bowling to Matthew Miller. Miller again tries the reverse sweep, misses, and is cleaned up. So eventually the reverse sweep, which he's tried a few times today as the Leeward Islands skipper, not a very productive shot. He's given it away on 72 of 77 deliveries. A very good innings, but he'd be disappointed that he didn't continue on. Bat out the remainder of these 9 overs. Leeward Islands lose their 5th. He just tried to use the reverse sweep to get that round the corner. It's just gone back onto the stumps. Hangs his head, does Matthew Miller. But a fine innings by the skipper. 209 for 5 now, though. Leeward Islands in over number 42. So Gray picks up his 2nd wicket. 2 for 41. His figures. As Elliot Richards joins LaShawn Bergen at the crease. Bergen is on 9. Richards to face. Gray into him now. And the peel. And he's given first ball LBW. He feels like he got enough stride in. Outside off, but the umpire has no hesitation. He's gone first ball. Gray takes 2 in 2. Jamaica strike back 209 for 6. Let's look at that again. He didn't really get a stride in, just half pushed in, turned back. An appreciable spin there, turned back into him. Wrapped him on the front pad. Umpire had no hesitation. So Richards has gone first ball for naught. Leeward Islands lose their 6th wicket, 209 for 6. 2 wickets in 2 balls for Giovanni Gray. He's on a hat-trick. As Rondre Daniel walks to the crease to face the hat-trick ball from the spin of Giovanni Gray. Brings a slip into play once he's mid-wicket to come into a short mid-wicket. And Daniel keeps it out. So denies Gray the hat-trick. But a good little fight back here by the young Jamaicans. Again, another good delivery, defended into the offside. So wicket, dot, so far. The 42nd over. Gray in again to Daniel, and Daniel plays this straight back to the bowler. Again, the final delivery defended. So excellent bowling there by Giovanni Gray. Just what Jamaica ordered. A double wicket maiden and the big wicket of the Leeward Islands skipper in Matthew Miller. 209 for 6 off 42 overs as Vernon A. Springer throws his hands up in the air and says, what just happened? The old reverse sweep got Matthew into trouble, Vern.
Yeah, looking at downtown St. John's, as they would say, 2 big ones in today.
Yes.
As Sanford would say, Elizabeth, this is a big one, baby. Except that we have 2 big ones. So the Leeward Islands falling away badly here, Terry.
14-23, 3 for 23 to go with 3 for 17 earlier in the innings. So a bit of a slump again. Double wicket maiden there to Giovanni Gray. He's now bowled 9 overs, 3 for 41. 8 overs remaining, 209 for 6, and only 4 wickets remaining. Can they bat out their 50 overs? Imperative that they do.
No, cricket is played on the day, Terry. You don't play it before.
Oh, and that's just over the top of the short extra cover. Out towards the boundary as the long off comes round. Restricts the scoring to 2. So that gets Rondre Daniel off the mark.
Another nice young player, Terry. I think he will do well on this track today. One of the young prospects coming out of Nevis. He's got an abundance of talent, and he's also quite a good leader as well. I think he could be a potential Leeward Islands under 19 captain. In my estimation, should have captained the Leeward Islands under 15.
In fact, it was Bergen. He moves on to 11, so Daniel now will get the opportunity to get off the mark. As Bergen takes a single, moves on to 12, 212 for 6.
Over at Bethesda, Terry.
Over number 43.
Barbados
Yes.
273 for 5. Kemar Dixon is on 67 not out. So he'll be looking to try to press there. We already got 3 half centuries in that game. Boyne 62, Graham 76. And let's go over to Liberta and find out what's happening. Trinidad and Tobago almost on the verge of maybe getting bowled out. They're 166 for 9 in the 41st over. Christian Lal top scored with 53.
That's cuts backward of point. Now Daniel is off and running. Moves on to 1, 213 for 6. And over number 43 here at Coolidge.
I want to say good afternoon to a man who really would have helped so many folks in the Caribbean, Hugo, and has decided to, in his latter years, maybe just follow more youth cricket than anything else.
Full toss there by Moore.
They always work, Terry. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. You only got 1 run.
Just the single. 214 for 6. We're in over number 43.
But Jamaica have come right back into this game now, Terry. 214 for 7. They've really sort of slowed the Leeward Islands Lord of batsmen down. And at the meantime, looking to bowl them out.
Slower ball. Yes, they've certainly come back into us since Miller attempted that reverse sweep. Didn't come off.
I haven't asked you a football question all day, Terry. So who are you backing?
In the World Cup.
Oh, you didn't hear me?
I haven't. No. Well, I haven't been backing anybody, but I've been
You've been following?
enjoying it. Yeah, I've been enjoying the match
I think this has been a goalkeeping World Cup, Terry.
Wow.
We've seen some real outstanding goalkeeping saves in this World Cup. And I predict, Terry, I might be wrong, think we can have a France-Argentina final.
Again.
But something tell me, Terry, that there's a dark horse out there called Norway that could upset the entire World Cup. So we don't take your eyes off Norway, don't take your eyes off Spain just yet. And
Well,
anything can happen because England could be in the conversation as well.
Well, I was about to say Norway playing England next.
That's what I was saying.
Well, as long as they knock England flying,
I thought you
doesn't
weren't
matter whether they win it or not.
I thought you wasn't backing anybody.
I'm not, but as long as England don't win it, it's a good World Cup.
Well, I'm not supporting that. I'm not going down that road with you, Terry, because I might get myself in trouble. So I'm not going down that road with you. And for the simple reason is that I have dual citizenship. so I
You're
can't go
frightened
down
they're
that
gonna
road.
be revoked. Big shot here by Bergen, high over mid-wicket.
One
And
bounce
into the
for 4.
boundary for 4.
Yeah, so
He moves on to 17, 2, 18 for 6 in over number 44.
So Bergen expanding himself here and announcing himself. He's a decent cricketer as well, too. Good all-rounder. Coming out of St. Kitts. Got Roger Daniel coming out of the island of Nevis. He's also got a bright future ahead of him, Daniel.
It's Littleton back into the attack, and that one's pulled forward of square out to the mound on the deep mid-wicket boundary for another single.
Lack of pace there. Forced Bergen to have to wait for a very, very long time.
219 for 6. Bergen goes on to 18. Daniel back on strike. He's on 1. Plays that to backward point. Just dropped in front of him. Good piece of fielding that time.
I think he's trying to claim the catch.
I think it bounced.
He's trying to claim the catch, but I to be honest with you, I think it bounced in front of him, Terry.
Yes, I'm sure it
But the
bounced.
umpires are trying to. They're
Have
going to
another
have a
look.
discussion. He's not sure, but I think it is not out, Terry.
I'm sure it's not.
Oh, I think it is.
Yeah. They made their decision. But no one really appealed anyway.
He will. His body language
Yeah, it suggested.
put some pressure on the standing umpire, and so the standing umpire, just to be safe, he went across and asked for an opinion. Slow ball, Daniel would be advised to maybe just stand up, and he was trying to back away.
Yeah.
Lack of pace. Maybe we could think about doing is maybe just batting off of his crease, Rondre, because Lickton is going to be bowling more or less slow cutters. And with the ball sort of stopping on this track, he has to wait a lot longer. Yeah.
Bounced.
Played in the end by the young man.
Choplin Daniel. No wicket for 29 in his 5th over. Littleton. He's bowled better than that though. These
They all have.
figures would suggest,
The
yes.
The fielders have just not supported them.
True.
Sweetly timed here by Daniel.
Good
It's
run.
running away down into the fine leg area.
Well done.
Big save. And they're
Coming
coming
back.
back for 3. This is good running from Bergen
Excellent.
and Daniel. Over comes to an end.
So 2:22 for 6 after 44.
All the 2s.
Yeah. 2:22 for 6.
And if you're wondering what's just happening, either you're listening or you're viewing us, Francis, 82, Miller, 72. Amari Jones at the top of the order with Francis, who shared in a partnership of 63. He went for 20. I just love the energy of Lickerton. He's my cricketer from Jamaica. From the very first time that I saw him at the under 15 level. It's good to see him graduating now into the under 19. He played along the likes of Lasham Bergen and Daniel before. Barbados 279 for 7. So Kemar Dixon, he's also fell short for 67. So nobody looks like they're in the first inning so far have got 100.
Yes. Leave 50 and job done.
Something maybe that I think that Cricket West Indies could look to introduce, Terry, especially at the youth level and also at the female youth level as well, is that you put an incentive where anybody who scores 100 gets a cricket bat.
Yeah.
I think we have to start to get some motivational factors going for our young batsmen so that they understand the role of scoring 100. I've always told folks...
Good run in again. Another single. I thought you were going to say gets a new car.
Not yet. They have to start first. They have to get a tool. You have to give them a tool first. You can't give them a car, Terry. You got to give them a cricket bat. They need a bat and a pair of gloves.
No, it's just the way you were building up, that's all. I thought you were going to say anybody who scores a century wins a new car.
No, the car will come.
Right.
When you get to the world stage,
You always sell it.
yeah, you'll get what you need. I just want you at this level right now to be able to just make sure that you get 100. Because I came up in a time, Terry, I coached in a time when you had Northern Telecom, and you had the likes of Chris Gale, Brian Lara, Dave Joseph, Carl Hooper, and company. I always tell people, those guys used to score hundreds for Badmine. Yeah, you know, somebody will be looking around to understand what's happening. Somebody heard Brian Lara scored a big 100, and Dave Joseph would say, well, boy, I have to get 100 myself too. You know, there was lots at stake there. The competition was very, very, very tight in those days.
Definitely.
You had Sherwin Campbell and company, Robert Samuels, who's even now the coach of the team. You know, you just scored 100, and big hundreds too. Don't talk about the fast bowlers. You know, you had Kenny Benjamin, who got a contract, a scholarship along with Carl Hooper to go to Australia. I think these are incentives that we need to work on if we want to build new cricket.
Slips no go that time for Moore. Called wide.
Because if you look at almost all of our tournaments, Terry, from under 15 to under 17 to under 19, we have a lot of young players who score half centuries. But we now have to get them into an appetite mood that you want them to score big hundreds and understand the importance of knowing how to score 100. But if you don't have any school cricket and you've never made 100 at school level, how we expect you to make 100 now for the Leewards, Barbados, Trinidad, or whoever?
Too true. And that is where fitness comes into it as well. Keep the concentration. The fitter you are, the more you concentrate.
I looked at Tanis Francis today, Terry, and today was a very, very hot day. Now, this young man has done a lot of batting for this season. And it is something maybe sometimes that you have to maybe look and say, well, how do we manage him? Because he's been playing a lot of cricket. He's played school cricket, he's played club cricket, he's played parish league cricket. You have to manage that because you can get burnt out as well.
Finished to the over there by Moore. Dot ball, 226 for 6 after 45. Is Leeward Islands. And Bergen is on 19. Daniel is on 6. So 5 overs to go. 226 on the board. They could still get to 250, going at their current rate of just over 5 to the over.
And over the Liberta Sports Club, Trinidad and Tobago have been bowled out for 167 in 40.5 overs. Christian Lal top scored with 53 from 70 deliveries, 5 boundaries. And nobody else of note really got anything notable. And when I say that, I'm talking about Ramnan. Ramnan got 33, Tyke Richards got 31, The bowling figures, Joshua Budrum from Ghana. He picked up 4 for 9, 3.5 overs. Passad 2 for 44. And Ramdahal, he picked up 2 for 21. And Micah Amsterdam at the top of the order, 2 for 35. So Ghana will be need 168 for victory.
Pulled down the ground by Bergen to long on. Just ambled a single.
Over at Bethesda, Barbados will feel very disappointed, but they got a huge score here. They're 283 for 7. 283 for 7. And if I remember, Terry, at one point in time, they almost sound like they were on track to score maybe even close to 400.
It's flicked down to fine leg. Beats the keeper by Rondre Daniel for 4. 4 handy runs. Moves on to moves on to 11. 233 for 6 in over number 46. Nice little partnership forming here between Daniel and Bergen. He tries it again. Scoop this time as he walked across his stumps. Flicks it high down to fine leg. Doesn't get the connection, so third man comes across. Restricts the scoring to 2. Took it way outside off stump. Littleton again into Daniel, and this is stroke back to the bowler, no run. Daniel is on 13, Bergen is on 20, 235 for 6, 2 balls to go in the 46th over. Stroked nicely by Daniel through the cover region. Cover point comes off the boundary. They take 1. Good little partnership this for the 7th wicket. Yielded 27 so far of just the 28 deliveries. Bergen back on strike, and he thumped that high, wide, handsome over the long off boundary for 6 runs. Good way to finish the over there. Yeah. Opened up, full pitch delivery, went through with the shot, hit through the line of the ball, placed it beautifully over the long off boundary. So Bergen moves to 26, Daniel is on 14. Leeward Islands 242 for 6 after 46. So 4 more overs to go. Looking at a healthy, decent score here at Coolidge this afternoon. There's discussions going on in the middle between the 2 Leeward Islands batsmen. And the 2 umpires are now having a discussion. While they wait for the ball to be found or retrieved. Okay, so we've got the ball back now. Umpires will check it, make sure it's still got 6 stitches. Yes, Vernon.
I know in your prime time, did you ever
Did I ever?
hit away a lost cricket ball?
Did I hit away a lost cricket ball?
Yes.
No, but I would have made a few get lost.
Folks, don't worry. Don't get between me and Terry, folks. I'm just trying to just give him a hard time. Big shot there by Bergen.
Yes, good shot.
But more so, I was impressed with the scoop by Rondre Daniel. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was different, wasn't it?
Ah, certainly. Showing his array of shots and talent.
He's on strike, dances down to Moore. Peels off the outer portion of the bat. Backward a point, into the boundary for another 4.
Beautiful shot by Rondre Daniel. And I was outside Terry, and I'll have to say somebody who's like his dad, his second dad. Hugo believes in this young man. For the very first time that I introduced him up at the Bullet Sports Club where the under 15 camp was taking place, you see Go has always followed him. And you just like his approach, like his cricket brain, as he would say, Hugo. I think he could be a future politician one day, Terry, Rondre Daniel.
Don't spoil him.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with spoil. We need young leaders, and he's a good one.
On the cricket field. Slower ball, full toss, played out to the cover point fielder for a single. Daniel moves on to 19, 247 for 6 in over number 47.
Can't have you discouraging young politicians in commentary. Hey, you're not a good role model at all. I have to move from by you, man.
You want good leaders. You want good
Well,
leaders
of course.
on the field,
You
not
want
off
good
the
leaders
field.
all over. Everybody's not going to make the West Indies team, but
That was a good short ball. Threw the shot too quickly was Bergen. Score remains 247 for 6.
I think he has to just wait a bit, just a touch longer, Bergen. You have to understand that you're playing on different surfaces, so you move from St. Kitts, Nevis to Antigua to Coolidge. All of the surfaces are completely different. Bergen on the attack. Full toss.
Full toss.
I think that's
Could
above
be
the
a
waist.
low ball, yeah.
Yeah, it should be.
Yes,
Yeah.
called by a square leg. So another free hit. Moore just losing his composure there. Slipped a bit. So a free hit coming up for Bergen.
And in the event of that, you can't change your feel. So Bergen would just need to be able to just cash in now on this free hit. Just keep watching the ball. He has to watch the ball all the way. Keep that head still.
It's a slow one. Plays it out to mid-on, who does the fielding, restricts the scoring to 1. So just one off that free hit. 27 now to Bergen. 249 for 6. 2 balls to go in the 47th over.
I thought that was a good delivery. You really made Bergen wait for a long time, so you really couldn't get to have his full extension to go through with the shot.
Jade Moore, he hasn't got a bad slower ball. Bangs that one into the surface. Played up to a mid-off by Daniel for another single as the 250 comes up for Leeward Islands. 250 for 6 in over number 47.
What I like about this partnership so far is that Daniel has gone about his business very quietly. It's 41 so far from 35 deliveries, and Daniel has got 20 out of the 41. Just plain common sense cricket.
He's moved right over that, down on one knee.
He's safe.
Drops just short of the long-on fielder. Lost his bat in the process. He put everything into that. Didn't get the connection he was looking for. Brings the over to an end. 251 for 6 off 47. Bergen moves on to 28.
I think in the context of the game, the Leeward Islands under 19 will feel very satisfied that they got up to 250, Terry. And that's
Definitely.
psychological. You're talking about scoreboard pressure. Anybody looks up on the scoreboard and see you have 250, 270, 300, you begin to panic early o'clock, especially if you don't have a Evan Lewis or a Terry LaRaja in your team. Then you'll be a little bit more scared and concerned. Let's find out what's happening, Terry, around over at Bethesda. Because there has to be some sort of action taking place over there at Bethesda. It's either that they're bowled out or they're close to 350.
Certainly laying down a marker. The defending champions, Barbados.
299 for 7.
Oh,
Or 44.1 overs. Defending champions Barbados, they're pushing on.
Gray cleans up Bergen with the first ball of his final over. Stepped away, looking to cut him through the offside. It is cleaned up. Bergen has to go. Leeward Islands lose their 7th, 251 for 7 in over number 48.
Couldn't understand why you would be trying to expose all of your stumps. You got 18 balls to go. You got to be thinking that, listen, Daniel and myself, we're the last pair at the track. We don't give anybody else another hit. Because what it does is now the new batter coming out has to almost start all over again. You're in, you try and stay in.
Definitely, and they want to certainly bat out their full quota of 50 overs. Giovanni Gray looking for a fiver. 4 for 41. He's got 5 deliveries left of his 10 over spell. So 251 for 7. Jathan Edward strides to the crease to join Rondre Daniel, who's on 20.
The brother of Nathan Edwards, coming out of St. Martin area as well. And young Edwards has played under 15, under 17, under 19. Big off spinner, can hit the ball far too. So he can get himself a nice little 15, 20. That'll complement what is happening here.
Oh, peel foul BW.
Hit outside the line of the off stump.
They were confident.
Yeah. They'll have to be confident another day.
Yes, but
There's no,
might be well advised to play straight.
there's no VAR. But that's what happens, Terry. Psychologically,
Yes.
they've left the mid-wicket open.
Yeah.
And so he just felt that he wanted to get fancy. Now, Edwards would be mindful of that even if you want to get fancy, that you have the presentation of your bat face is also going to be very important to get fancy.
Played straight back to the bowler. So LaShawn Bergen went for 28 off 24 deliveries. 2 fours and a 6 in that innings. Is the 7th wicket to fall for the Leewards. 251 for 7 in the 48th.
He has to get a single. Has to get a single. That's it. That's all you got to be thinking about. Got to get onto your bike. Get Rondre Daniel on strike. Your mission is to eke out a single somewhere. Got to look around the field and say, where am I going to get 1 run so I can get Daniel back on strike?
Daniel on strike now, and he knocks it into the mid-wicket region. They take another one, and that's sloppy fielding again. Nobody backing up. The bowler didn't collect the return cleanly. They get 2.
I think when the Jamaica under-19 team, regardless of the result, whether they win or lose tonight, go back to the drawing board, one area that they're going to seriously have to work on is their ground feeling.
Absolutely.
Their catching and their ground feeling.
This one played down to short third man. Can't beat the field. Giovanni Gray completes his full quota of 10 overs. Just misses his 5 for 4 for 44. With 1 maiden in that. So 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 44. And after 48 overs, Leeward Islands 254 for 7.
So the game is set up nicely. We're 12:52 here in Antigua and Barbuda, 11:52 in Jamaica. 12 expected legal deliveries to go. The Leeward Islands, they're 254 for 7. Arandre Daniel is on 22. Jayton Edwards, he's on 1.
Edward to face Moore. Medium pacer. He's got bowled 6 overs so far, no wicket for 30. Into Edward now. Bounce. Pulls him. High. Deep mid wicket comes around. 2 more.
That's a big boundary there, Terry. It's almost gone all the way right back.
Definitely. He got the height, but not the distance, but because he's hitting into a pretty strong breeze.
Well, the elevation and the execution was all right, but the breeze coming from east to west here, and it has been very strong coming out of the Param area here in Antigua.
Absolutely. More in again, and again tries to bounce in this time. Better connection. Good work on the boundary, though. Slapping that back.
Yeah.
2
Well,
more.
I'm trying to wonder why is Mr. Moore bowling short?
Short, yes. Short has not been the answer of the day.
Just needs to
Be a
bowl the
lot
ball.
fuller.
Just needs to bowl the ball fuller.
So 258 for 7. Edward moves on to 5. Moore again runs into Edward. It's a better delivery. Defensively played back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, but he was looking again for a big pull shot, and just needed to just get in line, back on across, and just on either side, just look to get us 1 run. Every run is going to be important right now for the Leeward Islands, so they can continue to put that pressure, scoreboard pressure on Jamaica.
Oh, look to get better on that. Just drops in front of the
Good call.
keeper.
Good call there from
Call
Daniel.
through for a single. Edward moves on to 6. Daniel is back on strike. He's on 22. 259 for 7. 2 balls remaining in the 49th.
He's almost become a spectator.
Ooh,
Daniel.
Daniel, yeah. Well, he hasn't faced for a while, has he?
For a very long time, almost 7 deliveries. Played.
Does well.
That's it. Cool and calm. That's what you're talking about. Understanding the game, game awareness. Know where the fielders are. Look to play with soft hands. No big power. Just play
Yeah.
within your limitations.
Knock it round. Plenty of gaps.
It might look like plenty of gaps from our air-conditioned chair here.
Air conditioned, is that what you call it?
The freeze box.
And it's a wide delivery, trying to hide the ball from Edward.
Almost like Connecticut weather. You got to put on your cloak.
They're all passing out with extreme heat, aren't they, in America at the moment?
Boy, everything. They got heat, they got rain. In fact, the whole world. You see the rains that have been coming in India, in Europe.
This time he gets it past the flashing blade of Edward to complete the over. So after 49 overs, Leeward Islands 261 for 7. And it'll be Arandre Daniel on strike. He's on 23 of just the 26 deliveries. Edward is on 6.
So we journey all the way over to Bethesda, and we can tell you that
They're 300.
Barbados, the defending champions, are 316 for 8, or 46.1 overs. So they're still going at it,
God, they've still got 4 overs left.
and they
Oh,
still got
best-
another 4 overs. So
Best part of.
they look like they can get up to 350 at one point in time.
That's
They
a
look like-
record, isn't it?
Well,
300.
yeah, maybe more than a record right now.
Mm.
And Bethesda ground is not one of the biggest grounds either.
No.
Wide delivery.
Littleton starts off with a wide last over.
Yeah. Jamaicans
Leeward
looking like
Islands
they can't
innings.
wait to get off the field, Terry.
Yes, it's been a long, hot morning for them. They haven't done themselves too many favours in the field. Now, they're looking at a rather daunting total to chase down this afternoon.
You never know.
No,
This might be
couple of
up their street.
partnerships.
This might be up their street, because you see what is happening here. The important thing on this track is that when you get in, you got to stay in.
Yes, and I did see their practice match. They got 332 against Jamaica under 23s. And Tyson Gordon Jr. cracked 100 in that match, so I'll still be confident.
But
First of all, they've got to finish this innings off first.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very important. Keep Leeward Islands down to...
Another scoop by Daniel, rolling down towards the fine leg boundary.
And he gets
beats
4 runs.
2.
That's a beautiful shot by the young man, Ronje Daniel.
Very
Just maneuvering the field and making the bowlers think how they're going to bowl to him. So composed, Daniel, at the crease. And it's something which it looks like he practices a lot.
Definitely.
And
Very
for a
assured of
modern day
himself.
young player, I haven't seen many who've been around for a while, Terry, play the scoop the way Daniel has so far for the day. Now it's a headache now for Jamaica, because where are they going to bowl him?
And a good little knock this. Runner ball 27, lower in the order. 266 for 7. 5 legal deliveries remaining. And slapped straight back to the bowler. Dot ball by Littleton.
We got four deliveries to go, because I think he bowled a wide, 266 for 7. So Leeward Islands can get up to 275. Yeah, that's scoreboard pressure.
Littleton in again to Daniel. Daniel is wiping at this one through the mid-wicket region. Picks up another single. Moves on to 28, 267 for 7.
Now if
Brings Edward back into strike.
he can get a boundary somewhere, Terry.
He'll be hitting with the wind, because he seems to like pulling it through mid-wicket. He'll be hitting with the wind this time. And there he goes. Does he split the gap? He certainly does. 4 to Edward. Brings him into double figures. He moves on to 10, 271 for 7.
That's
2
a good
balls remaining.
That's a good cricket shot. He was able to split the mid-on and the mid-wicket. A lot of bottom hand going into that from Edwards. But just what the doctor ordered. We asked him to get us a boundary, and he did. Can he get one more?
That one.
Think he's in trouble. No, he's got away with it.
Go!
Got away with it.
Yes, he turned himself into 2 or 3 circles there. Did the backward square.
Well, he did a
Put it down.
360.
He did, but he put the catch down.
He was always
It's
going
about
to,
the 5th catch they've dropped today.
he was always going to be in trouble.
But these are handy runs. 22 off 16 for the 8th wicket. 273 for 7. Last ball of the Leeward Islands innings. And he's tried to thump that. Can only get it to
One is
long
pushing,
on. They'll run
one is pushing him.
two,
One is pushing him.
And
This is
they
good
ran it
cricket.
well. Excellent finish there.
Good cricket. Good cricket by Daniel. Pushing Edwards. He's holding his back like one of those old men, as if like he has not run so fast for a very long time. Now he's bending over.
That's like me every morning, Vernon. Leave the poor child alone. Leeward Islands under 19s, 275 for 7 off their 50 overs. Edward finishes on 14 off 11 deliveries. Daniel not out 28 off 29. So that means that Jamaica will need 276 to win this opening encounter here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies.
Let me just give you
CWI Rising Stars Men's 50 Overs Championship.
you go to the score. I'll go to the scorecard, Terry, and you do the bowling figures.
No problem.
Tanez Francis, caught Baines Bowl Gray for 82. Amari Jones, LBW to Elliott for 20. Kunal Tilakani caught Nelson Bowl Elliott without scoring. Jaquan Athens caught Gray Bowl Elliott for 3. Matthew Miller, the captain, Bowl Gray for 72. LeSean Bergen was Bowl Gray for 28. Irate Richards, LBW to Gray without scoring. Roger Daniel, stylishly, 28, not out. And Jayton Edwards, he came in and got a brisk 14 off 11 deliveries. The extras have been 28. We had 1 by, 21 wide, 6 no ball, 275 for 7, 273 minutes. They scored at a run rate of 5.49. Terry would go to the bowling figures.
Yes, and Jade Moore, 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 37. Adrian Silvera, 6 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 42. Ryan Littleton, 7 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 62. DeMarco Scott, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. Alexandre Elliott, 7 overs, no maiden, 3 for 40. Kavon Fleming, 9 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 38. And the pick of the bowlers today, Giovanni Gray, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 44. So after winning the toss and batting first, Leeward Islands Tropical Wave have put up 275 for 7 off their full quota of 50 overs. Half centuries to Tenez Francis and Matthew Miller. Some good contributions lower down in the order. Means that Jamaica under-19s will have 276 runs to chase down. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies here in sunlit Antigua. The resumption of play in this first encounter of the CWI Rising Stars Men's Under-19 50 Overs Championship between Leeward Islands Tropical Wave and Jamaica Under-19s. Tell you that Jamaica, Leeward Islands, I should say, won the toss this morning and elected to bat. But they did put a very good total on the board of 275 for 7 off their full quota of 50 overs. Top score to Tenez Francis of 82. Matthew Miller of 72. They put on over 100 for the 4th wicket. Good lower order contributions from LeSean Bergen, 28, and Rondre Daniel, 28. First ball by Kazim Challenger. Wide down the leg side. He's bowling to O'Dane Binns. The other opener for Jamaica is Tyson Gordon Jr. They're chasing 276 to win. So I say a very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Afternoon to you, Terry.
2 slips weight as a left-handed challenger into Binns, who taps that into the mid-wicket region, and there'll be an overthrow. This field there backing up. So he's off the mark with 2. Score 3 without loss in the first over. 2 slips, backward point, third man on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, challenger in again, 2 bins, a rare in delivery. Gets inside the line, through to the keeper, who looks to be Tenez Francis, and there's no run. Has to complete the field, mid-on, square leg, forward square leg, and a man on the fine leg boundary who's rather wide. Left arm challenger coming over the wicket to Binns. Bit of shape there, left alone by Binns. Score remains on 3 without loss, so 275 for 7, with challenging total that Leeward Islands were able to muster up. He's set for a good run chase here in ideal conditions. Challenger once again from the northern end. Bang on target, defended into the offside by Binns. Leewards looking for early breakthroughs as challenger in again to Binns. Again, peels off the outer portion of the bat past the diving backward point for a single. Moves on to 3, it's 4 without loss. Tall strapping lad, Kazim challenger. Runs towards us now. To Gordon Jr., who plays with soft hands into the onside. Nearly a collision between the 2 batsmen. They get home safely, so Gordon Jr. off the mark as the first over comes to an end. So chasing 276 to win. Jamaica under 19s, 5 without loss after 1 over. Binns is on 3 and Gordon Jr. is on 1. We're probing first over there by Kazim Challenger. Five runs off that first over. The run rate required is just over 5.5 for Jamaica.
Leeward starting Terry with 2 slips, a backward point, a cover, mid-arm, mid-off, mid-wicket, wide third man, and fine leg.
Jaheim Clark will take up the attack from the commentary box end here at Coolidge.
I'm wondering, Terry, why we couldn't have 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, rather than the field at short mid-wicket. Really, you got a new ball, and as you rightly said, you'll be trying to, look to get early wickets. The mid-on could have come up in maybe a more closer position.
Short and wide outside the off stump and cut away beautifully by Gordon Jr. Into the boundary for 4. First boundary of the innings. Good looking shot. As we said earlier, he's coming off a century in their warm-up match against the Jamaica under-23s. He got 105 off 131 deliveries. And a score of 332, so they fancied their chances of chasing down this target. That's a lovely way to start for Gordon Jr.
Who for Clark that was a warm-up delivery, Terry?
You'd hope so. Better delivery. Much fuller on the stumps. Played out to backward point, no run. Yeah, you make an interesting point of Vernon about the gully. Notice Jamaica were bowling. Didn't have a gully all day. Clark turns away from us now, runs into Gordon Jr. Ooh, bit circumspect outside off stump there, catches the bottom end of the bat, on the bounce to Tenez Francis behind the sticks.
And again, Terry, the ball shaping back, and the Gordon looking to go square rather than looking to have a presentation of his bat in front of him on this track.
This one's defended into the offside. Good running between the two, good understanding. They seem to have brought the second slip into a gully position for Gordon Jr. Now that Binns is on strike, they're going back to 2 slips. 10 without loss. We're in over number 2. Clark runs away from us now into Binns. Down the leg side. Been lenient today, the 2 umpires. Leg side deliveries, which is good to see. Clark runs in again to Binns. Again down the leg side. Again he fails to make contact. First over completed. Jamaica under 19s chasing 276 for victory. 10 without loss. Gordon Jr. is on 6 and Binns is on 3.
Well, that would have been Clark's first over. Challenger started from the CIU road end. So as Terry said, pretty quiet start at the end of 2, 10 without loss. During that period of time, Leeward Islands were very quiet. They were 1 without loss. So Jamaica off and dashing.
Keeping up with the run rate required so far. Gordon Jr. on strike now to face challenger. Plays that soft hands to the backward point region for a single. Umpire just telling challenger to keep away from the danger area. Left armour bowling over the wicket to the 2 right-handed opening batsmen of Jamaica. Runs in now to Binns. Again, just nudged or misfield there by backward point who dived over it, so they get another single. Binns moves on to 4, 12 without loss, and over number 3.
Just an observation, Terry. And I know that there were a series of games played among territories. I know St. Kitts and Nevis. I know there was some games I think played with to select this Leeward Islands under 19 team. I'll get back to this after that delivery, Terry. I more or less would now be concerned about the fitness level of the guys coming into this tournament. And when I say fitness level, I'm not talking about playing cricket, because everybody could be playing cricket. Doesn't mean that you're fit. Is what level of cricket that you're playing. I'm talking about an intensity of this tournament of nature. Having to wake up now 7:30 in the morning basically to get breakfast now to come onto the road. The mental side and the level of fitness is really what my main concern would be. So it'll be a test to see how this Leeward Islands team, and maybe all of the other teams, even Jamaica. Jamaica looked a lot flat in the field this morning as well, too. So something that we just got to observe as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, most definitely. And hot, drying conditions here in Antigua.
If you're not accustomed to, if you play cricket in the afternoons, Jerry, and then you have to come now
And start early morning.
and start, playing at 9:30, it's a whole level. It's a different code completely.
Gordon Jr. waits for challenger. And he's edging, and good take. Great take there by Tenez Francis, diving away to his right. Faint edge by Gordon Jr. Big wicket for the Leewards. They strike early. Gordon Jr. goes for 7. And Jamaica under 19s under early pressure, 12 for 1 in over number 3.
Yeah, good sharp low catch there by Tanis Francis as we look back on the replay there. And we look at it, the movement shaped away and stayed low. Bearing in mind that there was no first slip, Terry. It was more or less a second slip. So Tanis was forced really to have to take that. And Leeward striking early. Coming out of the practice game in Jamaica, one of their informed batsmen, Gordon, will be back in the pavilion.
Yeah, big wicket there for Leeward Islands. That's a polite question asked by challenger. No big celebration. Just getting on with his work. So Jamaica on the back foot early, chasing 276, 12 for 1, 1 ball remaining in the third over.
Just need to have a look again, Terry, at challenger. Don't think the non-bowling arm, which is his right hand, because he's a left-hand bowler, is doing enough work. Gotta just look at that again.
Demario Hall is the new batsman, left-hander, facing challenger. Bang on target, but driven up the ground. They'll take a single to complete a successful over there by the left armour, Kazim Challenger. And at the end of 3 overs, Jamaica under 19s are 13 for 1. Yeah, just have a look at him now.
That time, he did complete his action, so it had some work there.
It did.
Yeah.
Come down nicely into his hip.
Well, look at it again. Just quite observation. Lee was looking a lot sharp in the field. Where the real test will come is when a partnership strings together to see how they deal with it.
Jaheim Clark will continue from the commentary box end, bowling to the new batsman, left-handed Demario Hall. Over the wicket, 2 slips away. That's wide outside the off stump, called wide by umpire.
I think somebody also has to look at the third man. The third man in the
Very
gully,
wide, no?
yeah, he has to more or less come in front of the scoreboard. You can be able to see that gap.
Clark runs in again to Hall. Better delivery. Punched into backward point position. Think about a single, but not on. So 14 for 1 in over number 4.
Just would like to see Tanners get up to the stumps, Terry. Get up to the top of the stumps so they can get the return rather than in front of the stumps. As some Mali likes to remind me, some folks like to tell you the old-fashioned way, but I think the basic way really is
Short, wide outside the off stump and hammered through the cover region for 4 by Hall.
every now and again, Clark sort of loses his momentum and just tends to bowl short, really. And that's the second delivery that has been hammered simply because he's just banging the ball in. On this surface here, I think you got to be able to use your changers and you got to bowl a lot more fuller length, really. Short ball is certainly not going to work here.
No, we've seen that all day today. You need to be full. Slip comes out, strengthening the cover region as he's in again to Hall. Better delivery on target, defended up to a mid-off and there's no run.
No, you can't set field for bad bowling.
Too
So,
true.
Young Macho Miller has to understand that was a sharp wide ball. It's going to be put away, but you're attacking.
Keep your slip.
Yeah, you got to be able to give your bowler as much support as possible. It's nothing more than demoralizing. And you just decide to just pull one that slips out. You always stay positive still. It tinkles with the batsman's mind.
Fuller delivery this time. Defended into the offside, no run. Yes, and that slip that he's left there is more of a second or even third slip, a big gap between himself and keeper Francis.
And I really don't think Clark has that pace that it can be able to carry all the way down to the second slip area. So it's almost like an ornament position, you put the fielders in the right position.
That's a better delivery, bit of shape on that one, coming back into the left-hander after it passed the bat. Yeah, I'd rather see if you're gonna keep one slip, have an orthodox first slip, other than that big gap, and as you say, the distance is greater where he's standing from the batsman. Clark in again to Hall. And Hall is fishing for that one. Takes an inside edge. Goes down to fine leg. It was more like a deep backward square. They take a single. Final ball of the delivery. So after 4 overs, Jamaica under-19s chasing 276 to win. And 19 for 1. Hall on 6 and Binns is on 4.
See the Turner clan.
At every match.
Yeah.
We're there for every day of the Test series against Sri Lanka.
I think by now you have to give them a national honor. Sooner rather than later. Elaine Turner and her mom and her entire entourage. And it doesn't matter. It could be local cricket, school cricket, youth cricket, test match, CPL.
Anything.
They're always here.
As long as it's cricket. Challenger to resume from the northern end. This is turned into the mid-wicket area for a comfortable single by Hall. He moves on to 7. 20 for 1 and over number 5. It's great to see the support officially given superfan passes. As Vernon says, they're at every single game, no matter what the level. Bins on strike to Challenger. And that one almost got through his defences there. Wasn't quite sure whether to play or leave. In the end, catches the bottom half of the bat and lobs out into the offside of his pad. Couple more spectators, but beautiful day here in Antigua, beautiful day for cricket. Come and see the future stars of West Indies here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Challenger right up to the bat of Binns. Knocks it to mid-off, fumbles, but they get through for the single quite easily. Binns moves on to 5, 21 for 1 in over number 5. Chasing 276 to win. Field just swapping over for the left-handed Hall. Beyond strike to the left arm of Challenger. Full, driven firmly, but straight to mid-off. Two slips, third man, backward point, short extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on. Forward square leg and a wide fine leg as Challenger into Hall, and Hall is slashing at that and again catches the under part of the bat onto the pad, lobs harmlessly away. Both batsmen finding it hard to time the ball at the moment. Like it's just stopping on them, Vern.
Sort of two pace.
Challenger in again to Hall. Again, he's just pushing at that, wringing his hand, might caught him on the glove. To complete the over. So after 5 overs, Jamaica under 19s chasing 276 to win, a 21 for 1. Hall is on 7 and Binns is on 5.
Leeward Islands under 19 at the end of 5, they were 25 without loss.
So in front by runs and wickets at this stage. As Hall just gets a bit of treatment.
I think the
Last deliver. Sorry.
umpire also just maybe having a word by indicating that, listen, you still need to seek permission, you just don't run on.
Jaheim Clark will continue from this, the commentary box end, bowling to the right-handed Binns, who's on 5. Jamaica, after the loss of an early wicket, looking to rebuild with a partnership. That's wide down the leg side. Full pitch, full toss delivery. Binns can't make contact. Called wide, so one more to the score. 22 for 1. Those magnificent ladies on the manual scoreboard. Just a run behind at the moment. 22 for 1 is the correct score. Clark in again. One to move away from the right-hander. Well watched by Binns though.
Good shape there.
Mm.
You could see him trying to bowl an outswinger. Just to give you an update in terms of what's happening in Liberta. Guyana under 19 chasing 168 for victory. They are 57 for 3. And the Windward Islands over at Bethesda, they have lost a wicket already. They are 12 for 1 in over number 2. And this is after Barbados would have scored 392 for 9 in their 50 overs.
392.
392.
Just missed the 400.
Yeah, well,
But got to be some record now.
it's something that we were talking about, Terry. They were always on track for it. And I think Bethesda is also going to be a very high-scoring ground because of the size of it as well.
Yes, most definitely.
Raja Gittins got 49 at the end, Terry, off 16 balls, 5 fours and 4 sixes. Helped to push Barbados up to that total. There were some 32 extras in that game, 14 wide, 6 no balls, 4 leg byes and 8 byes. So it'll take some getting for the Windward Islands to get that score.
Absolutely. The defending champions, Barbados under 19s, certainly throwing down a marker. And then the rest of the competition, good bit of fielding there at short mid-wicket, but they get through for the single.
Aidan Burton for the Windward Islands picking up 3 for 36. And Kevin Joseph 2 for 51. I think I saw a couple of names which was in the under 15, Terry, featuring also in that in this tournament. Another guy who a lot of people felt could have made the West Indies under 19 team, Theo Edwards. He has an opportunity to prove himself again for the Windward Islands. Fontaine from Dominica.
Fontaine,
Yeah, he was pretty unfortunate not to have made the final squad.
West Indies under 19.
Yeah, and it's sort of kind of amazing, Terry, because you got so many of these youngsters who are rounded. They're either a wicketkeeper, they bowl, they bat, they almost, and so when it gets down to the nitty gritty, some folks are going to get missing out. Mary Jones diving away there. Ira Richards is after it. And I think that they will, in the end, they get 2
Good
and
running, 3.
3 in the process.
Score goes up to 26 for 1 at the end of the 6th over.
I look at even the academy team, Jerry, that went off to Sri Lanka. We say congratulations to that team in terms of how they competed in that series. But a series like that, you got to look for somebody like Joshua Dawn, who I thought should have gone on that tour. The jury's still out, Terry, because you had Michael Palmer from the Leeward Islands and from St. Martin, who was part of the academy setup. And it's not like he played a lot of games or a handful of games, Terry, but then he just ended up out of the academy. And no explanation, nobody said anything, really. Here's a big drive by the young man, punching it over into the offside, and they're picking up a very comfortable 2 runs. Hall is somebody, Terry, that we would have seen also at the under 15 level.
Yep.
I see some names, Terry, in that academy setup. And Becky Joseph has been around for
Quite a while
yeah,
now.
for some time. And you got a couple of other players that you can call upon. Valor Clark had a very outstanding series. He's been somebody who's been really, it's been a torrid time for Rivaldo Clark. And the politics of him maybe even getting into a Barbados team, but he continues every time he gets an opportunity to make a statement, really.
Yeah, he does. Good, good, honest cricketer, Rivaldo Clark. We're just talking about the West Indies academy team. I thought it was good that they brought some of the players. If you watch this delivery from Challenger, driven firmly but straight to mid-off by Hall. He remains on 12, 28 for 1 in over number 7. That they put a lot of the players in various club teams for the ABCA 2-day first-class championship here in Antigua.
Yeah, well, the names were put down, Terry, but I don't think that a lot of that materialized because you had some discrepancies. I don't think it was I don't think it was clear enough.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say, but I was going to take it a bit further. Challenger into Hall again and beats him outside the off stump. The left-hander probing at that one through to Francis. But why wouldn't... I mean, we all need to play more cricket. Play them a West Indies Academy team. Why can't the team play?
Well, I didn't mind them moving around, Terry, because if they moved around, they've been able to learn the communities, learn some players, and develop your skills with new folks. I just thought that the conversation, and we have to be very careful, and I'll come back to after this delivery, Terry.
Challenger in again, and this one's hit over the top of the short extra cover, rolling out towards the boundary, and we'll get there. So 4 more to Hall. Deliberately lifted that over the short extra cover fielder. Full pitch delivery by Challenger. Hall moves on to 16. 32 for 1. Jamaica.
We like to say, we just had a completion of a CARICOM meeting, Terry, and we like to talk about one Caribbean CARICOM. Well, we are so territorial. You saw what happened. Rivaldo Clark was playing for the Bertha Sports Club, and you understand he was being considered as an overseas player. How somebody in the Caribbean could be considered overseas? Just baffles you, really. You know. The Leeward Island Hurricane franchise is based in Antigua. The academy is based in Antigua and Barbuda. You have the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. So you have all these movements, institutions here. You have a local competition where you're talking about a sports ecosystem, and you're considering Terry to be an overseas person, somebody who's part of the.
So if you take that to its nth degree, then the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have an overseas captain.
Just crazy. But it can't. It can't be because the system, Terry, allows players to
move professional cricket league
to move around, right?
So if you didn't get a game for your
there might not have
country,
been there might not have been no Amir Django.
Exactly.
Had they not had a Leeward Islands
professional
Hurricanes
cricket league,
Assad footed in. You know what I mean? You got Nkrumah Bonner.
Justin Gray.
Nkrumah Bonner was even captain of the Leeward Islands team. So sometimes I hear people talking, as if it's the first person that has been around. The movement of the design of the professional system was to give players an opportunity to be able to move around and to learn their craft in different environments. The best time for me that Devon Thomas played some of his best cricket is when he went to Jamaica.
Matthew Miller, captain of the Leewards, takes up the attack from the commentary box. In 32 for 1 in over number 8. It's Jamaica under 19s.
Raymond Reefer from Barbados. What do you think happened? He gained his own status quo. Guyana was home for him, and they adopted him like their own. In fact, I think on the board for the club that he plays for in Guyana, he's been considered as one of their players in terms of as a test player.
Francis is going to have a ping at the stumps at the non-striker's end. He wasn't far away. I think Binns might have been in a bit of trouble there if it had been a direct hit. Piece of work there by Francis, but unfortunately misses. Binns got himself into a tangle with a short pitch delivery, and yes, he would have been well gone.
If we want to develop young cricketers, Terry, we have to come up with a mechanism and a system to decide how are we going to help the Tannis Francis and company. So a conversation needs to be taking place with clubs in Barbados to figure out how we could get 3-4 players, who are just there to play club cricket in Barbados. That used to be a norm in Trinidad and Tobago. And I remember the late Tony Harford. That was a big thing for him. You had a lot of movement of players who went down to play in
But it
Barbados.
should be, but
and
also
in Trinidad.
Also, though, Vernon, there's so many things that can be done, so many opportunities that are there for the younger players. If we just have, as you say, have the conversations and get things organised. As Miller round the wicket to the left-handed Hall, who has a go at that one. Goes through to Francis. For example, and this is just the example, but Cricket West Indies always maintain that the various associations around the region need to do more and things like that. If you take, say, the champion team from Antigua, the champion team from Barbados, Trinidad, etc., right around the region, and you play as Miller in again to Hall, who's trying to leave that. Good fielding there. The slips fields one. 33 for 1 it remains. And you have a competition, you come up with the number one in the region, say, right? And say for argument's sake, it ends up being New Winthrops from here. And you identify a couple of players, and so and you get in touch with an England or Australia or something, and form a tournament, or have players go there and learn, so they're playing cricket 12 months of the year. I heard Hooper talking not so long ago on Mason and Guest that he could accommodate 12 cricketers at the moment in Australia, if you could get them to Australia. And I believe that Isaiah Thorne is over there playing club cricket in Australia.
You know how many Bayesian cricketers are playing in Australia?
There you go.
There are about nearly over 40 to 50 young cricketers from Barbados who are playing in Australia.
Right. And that the other thing I would like to say, it annoys me so much when people just look at 11 for West Indies and say, ridiculous. It's a Bayesian 11. Barbados have never lost their foundation, never lost their structure, never took it out of their schools. And that is something that should be encouraged, supported, and copied right through the region, not bringing this insularity in every 5 minutes. Doesn't help anyone. 33 for 1 in the 9th over. Binns is facing the left arm of Challenger. He's on 7. He's out there with Demario Hall, who's on 16. Jamaica chasing 276 to win.
And so that's sometimes when you look back and you realize the importance of how the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament was so important to OECS cricketers and even to cricketers in general in Antigua and Barbuda. I think Mr. Hourani and Mr. Bartley, what they would have done by opening an avenue.
And look how many avenues it opened.
Yeah, for a lot of players from around the Caribbean. Yeah. And instead of that, we didn't understand that vision.
No.
And so we just fought against that vision. And to me that was, that's why we're ending up into the situation where we are today. Because if you look at the success story of that Cool and Smooth T20 tournament, it's out of that you would have seen so many other players come through. Even the Kyle Mayers came and played in the same Cool and Smooth T20 tournament.
That's been slashed high over mid-off. 1 bounce for 4. So Binns starting to play a few shots. He moves on to 11. 37 for 1 in over number 9. Had the width there. Seen anything that's been wide, especially wide and short today. Batsmen have been pouncing on. Hit that well though. Challenger in again to Binns. Binns is defending this out to backward point. They steal a single.
Leewards have been taking some aims, Terry, at stumps today. They have not been able to hit any yet. Let's just hope that when the time is right, that something can happen.
.38 for 1. 2 balls remaining in the 9th over. Hall comes on to strike. He's on 16.
But Challengers looked impressive, Terry, and it's always good to see a left-arm seamer. It's more tweaking. He could be dangerous.
A good delivery dug out there.
That's what
Hall.
that's what I would like to see more from him, attacking the stumps and bowling that fuller length, giving the ball enough chance to be able to swing around.
Yeah, especially on this surface today. Full and straight has been the order of the day. Tall, strapping lad, Challenger. Turns, runs towards us now into the left-hander Hall. And that's driven high in the air and it clears mid-off and clears the rope, does it?
Just about. I'm not too sure.
No, it's stopped up.
They're ball watching.
Ball watching and they end up with 2. It's stopped inches inside the rope.
They're ball watching.
Convinced that was going to go over. Howled up in the breeze. And didn't even trickle into the boundary for 4. So Hall gets 2. And at the end of the 9th over, Jamaica under-19s chasing 276 for victory. 40 for 1. Binns is on 12 and Hall is on 18.
And coming back to touch a little bit on the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament, you now have 3 franchises from the OECS in the CPL. You're talking about St. Lucia, St. Kitts Nevis, and Antigua and Barbuda. And soon to be, there's going to be St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada also pushing to be in that conversation. As you know, this year the CPL is starting in St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 7th of August.
Great
Beauty delivery.
there.
Beauty delivery there. So you know between the 7th, 8th and 9th at Annesville in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 39 matches in the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League. You're going to have a new atmosphere. It's going to be a record because you're talking about now 8 venues. Jamaica Kingsmen now back into the mix. Even that, sometimes when you look, Jamaica's got the biggest, in the English-speaking Caribbean, biggest population. So, you know, they really need to be part of your sports ecosystem.
Clipped off the toes nicely by Binns. For a single, he moves on to 13. 41 for 1 in over number 10. So quite soon we could have 5 from the OECS.
Well,
5
it depends on how far CPL wants to go. It's 7 now. Maybe next year. I don't see them going past 8, Terry. So there'll be a juggle up in terms of the next franchise. But the point that I was playing is that how do we now give a young Matthew Miller or Tanis Francis or Tilakani an opportunity to be seen by coaches and scouts in the respective T20 franchises that are in the region? That's why the Cool and Smooth tournament was so important.
Oh, he's left it alone and he's been cleaned up by Miller. He shouldered arms to that one. Miller come round the wicket to the left-handed Hall. And he shouldered arms and it crashed into his off stump. Leewards pick up their second. 41 for 2, Jamaica in the 10th.
It was almost like a brain freeze. If you can see that replay again, Terry.
Was always coming back and too close to leave. He went wide on the crease, angled it back in, and just simply left alone, top of off.
Gotta play the ball. You gotta look to play the ball, Terry.
The players have a drinks break. Take a couple of minutes break here on Cricket 360. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua. Resumption of play after the water break. The fall of Jamaica's second wicket. They're 41 for 2 with one ball remaining in the 10th over, chasing 276 for victory. Good piece of bowling by Matthew Miller to pick up the second wicket, that of Demario Hall. And he completes the over now. So after 10 overs, Jamaica under 19s, 41 for 2. Hall went for 18. Binns is still there on 13. That's the captain himself, Pajay Nelson, who's joined Binns in the middle. Miller bowling to the left-handed Demario Hall, came round the wicket. Went wide on the crease, angled the ball back in. Demario Hall offered no stroke, and it clattered into the top of off for Leeward Island's second wicket. The run rate required is now 5.88. For Jamaica, they're going just over 4 runs to the over, 4.1 at the moment. And it's going to be spin introduced into the attack. Jathan Edward is going to take over from Kazim Challenger from the northern end. Edward will be bowling to Binns. Binns is on 13. Faces up to the leg spinner now. It's wide and full. Hit through the short extra cover there. Binns picks up another single. He moves on to 14. 42 for 2, Jamaica. In over number 11. Brings Captain Nelson into strike. Slip in play as this one is played to backward a point. And there is no run. So we've got a slip, backward point, cover point sweeping on the boundary, short extra cover. Long off. This one is slapped out to the cover point boundary. Gets Nelson off the mark. Picks up 1. 43 for 2. Mid on, mid wicket. Deep mid wicket and deep backward square. This one is chopped away by Binns. Edward into Binns. Binns is driving and just eludes the short extra cover. It was in the air, but it was certainly travelling. Good work on the cover point boundary to restrict the scoring to 1. Jamaican captain Nelson back on strike. Faces Edward. It's played nicely all along the carpet through the cover region for a single to complete Edward's first over. So just the 4 runs coming off Jathan Edwards' over. And after 11 overs, Jamaica under-19s in pursuit of 276 to win. Are 45 for 2. So Dane Binns, the opener, is still out there. He's on 15 of 25 deliveries. And he's been joined by Pajay Nelson, his captain, who's on 2. He's just faced the 6 deliveries. Leeward Islands skipper Matthew Miller will continue from the commentary box end. He's bowling to Nelson and finds the edge, just bounces in front of the slip and into the boundary for 4. A fortuitous boundary there by Nelson. Hung the bat out. But, the ball just bounced in front of the diving slip fieldsman. So Nelson moves on to 6, 49 for 2 in over number 12. Miller just has the 1 slip. It was very wide. He's more in a 3rd slip position. Bouncer this time. All ducked under by Nelson. Miller is into his 3rd over, has figures of 1 for 6. He's in again to Nelson. And this one, Nelson defending it out on the offside. They take a single. Miller not happy with his fieldsman. Just wants some more alert to cut those quick singles off. Runs into Binns this time. Binns is right over his stumps. Just catches the leading edge there as he looked to turn that into the mid-wicket region. Ended up at short extra cover, no run. A good little spell of bowling this by Matthew Miller, making the batsman pay. So the 50 comes up for Jamaica, 2 for 50, 2 balls left in the 12th over. Miller again into Binns. Binns is covering up, defending into the offside, no run. Miller turns away from us now, runs in from the commentary box end to Binns. Binns is driving airily past the short extra cover beats the mid-off into the boundary, 4 runs. Wasn't in complete control of the shot, but got it wide of the short extra cover fieldsman. Picks up a welcome boundary for Jamaica. So Binns moves on to 19 after 12 overs. Jamaica under 19s are 54 for 2. And the other not out batsman is Nelson, who is on 7. These two will be looking to rebuild things for Jamaica. Just less than a run a ball they need from here on in. 222 off 228 deliveries. Edward to continue. This one is cracked past the backward point into the boundary, 4. Back-to-back boundaries, one off the blade of Binns, now off Captain Nelson. Good way to start the over as far as Jamaica are concerned. Nelson moves on to 11, 58 for 2. Start of the 13th over. Let's say full toss. He looked to put that into orbit, did Nelson. Barely made contact, falls harmlessly onto the offside, no run. Like Matthew Miller's taken himself out of slip, strengthening the offside. He's gone into a short extra cover region. That one beats the bat. Much better delivery there by Edward. Had Nelson probing forward. Again, Nelson just lunging forward, playing defensively into the offside, no run. And that one, he's trying to force it off the back foot. Doesn't make contact, so he's kept on 11, 58 for 2. Edward again into Nelson. Nelson, they're looking for a quick single this time, and that's run out, I'd say. Yes, good piece of work there by backward point into the gloves of Francis. He whips the bails off. There was hesitation between Nelson and Binns has to go. Jamaica lose their 3rd. This chase of 276 is starting to get steeper for the young Jamaicans. 58 for 3 after 13. Was just pushed backward a point, who come round very quickly, fired the return in to Francis, and Binns was well short. A good bit of fielding there by Jaquan Artenez. In that short 3rd man backward point region, and the batsman was well short. So Jamaica lose their 3rd. It's now 58 for 3. We've had 13 overs, and it looks like DeMarco Scott will be the new batsman. He made made a half century, made 57 in Jamaica's practice match against Jamaica under 19s prior to the start of this tournament. Matthew Miller will continue from the commentary box end. Be bowling to Nelson. Good delivery. Defended into the offside, no run. Binns went for 19 of 28 deliveries. 2 fours in that 19. The other wickets to fall. First one to go was Tyson Gordon Jr. He was caught by Francis after bowling a challenger for 7. And Miller in again to Nelson. Nelson having a go at that one. Left him outside off stump. Tried a nothing shot, really. Almost got himself into trouble. Demario Hall was cleaned up by Matthew Miller coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Didn't offer a shot. He made a 18. And then the last wicket to fall was O'Dane Binns, a run out. And that has been sliced straight to backward point. Full delivery. Nelson is on his knees. He can't believe it. But Matthew Miller picks up his second and Jamaica fall deeper into trouble. Nelson has gone for 11 and Jamaica under 19s 58 for 4 in over number 14. It was well pitched up. Well pitched up delivery, moving away from Nelson, who went on the drive, caught the outer portion of the batter, went straight down deep backward point's throat. So Nelson gone for 11. I think it might have been Artenes again in that position. Got the run out in the previous over.
Let me see Victor, let me see you could go back to the person who just took the captain, or it's Richards.
Richard. Pulling off catch, went straight down his throat. Captain Miller strikes again for Leeward Islands Tropical Wave. It's been impressive. So Jamaica 58 for 4 were in the 14th over. Miller in again to the new batsman, who's playing it straight to backward point again, but this time on the bounce. No run. So 2 quick strikes. Ryan Littleton is the new batsman. He's on strike on naught. DeMarco Scott is down the other end. He's on naught. So by a good piece of fielding and a good piece of bowling, Leeward Islands have picked up 2 wickets in consecutive overs. Whoa, ambitious start. Second ball faced. He tried to put him well over deep mid-wicket. Doesn't make contact through to Francis. 58 for 4 it remains. That's a hell of a shot to play, Vernon. His second ball faced.
Yeah.
Under.
Look as if he's made his mind up that he's going to fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
Miller making some
pressure here.
changes. Making some changes here. What he's put in now? Short mid wicket.
Yeah, looks like cover is swapped with short mid wicket. Good rising delivery there by Miller. He's bowling well. And they're appealing for obstructing the ball as the batsman just kicked it away from the fielder that was
Yeah, but
running in, but there was nothing in that really.
yeah, we don't need that.
Ball had already come to a stop.
And you see even the lack of pace on that delivery, Terry,
Yes.
on the replay.
Yeah, it took an eternity to rise, but he's bowled well, Miller. 2 for 11, these figures off 4 overs. And after 14 overs, Jamaica in trouble, chasing 276 to win. 58 for 4. Both batsmen, Scott and Littleton, remain on naught. Jayden Edward will resume from the northern end. Wrist spinner. Played to the cover region. A fumble in the field allows Scott to get off the mark. He goes on to 1. 59 for 4.
Just to tell you also, Terry, and give you an analysis as to what's happening at Liberta Sports Club. Ghana, currently at the moment, they're 114 for 6 in 22.5 overs. So it's been a torrid time also for Ghana. And bearing in mind that they're chasing 168 for victory. So that could be very well a close game, Terry.
Yes, sounds like an interesting game. And then at Bethesda.
Yeah, I'm going to give you Bethesda now. At Bethesda, we look around and we can tell you that the Windward Islands are 86 for 2. They need 307 runs to win from 39.1 overs. So it's going to take some. It's really going to take some getting. So far, Thea Edwards is not out on 53, 8 fours and 3 sixes. So he's certainly looking to make a statement. So he's come back with the bag. I know his dad must be gleefully looking at that innings there. And so we're ready, Terry. We've had 6 half centuries for the day, including Thea Edwards 54. So we'll have to consider that. We have seven and a half centuries from 3 games so far.
That's good going in the opening round.
Yeah, we just need some hundreds now, Terry.
Exactly. Conversions.
And I know Terry has got me to be the roundup person. So we will tell you what is happening in Guyana as well. New Zealand, they are 13 without loss. And somebody can be so curious, Terry. Somebody has already messaged me to ask me who's the West Indies 11. So let me see if I can go find that for them.
I know Pierre's playing.
Yeah, Pierre is playing.
As he's opening bowling.
Yeah.
But the 11 I have is Campbell, Auguste, Carty, Hope, Rutherford, Django, Moti, Pierre, Alzari, Shamar Joseph, and Vital Laws.
That's the 11 for today? Oh, that's the squad.
I think that's the 11.
Yeah, that's the 11.
Yeah.
So Vital Laws gets it. It'd be wonderful to see him in action.
Absolutely.
Well,
We picked him out, Vern,
Yeah, well,
when he was playing against Sri Lanka.
well, based on what we were talking about, Terry, go back to that team again, Terry. So the bowlers are we've gone
Moti,
we've gone
Pierre,
spin.
3 spinners and 2 paces.
Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph, and there's no Matthew Ford?
No.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, based on how I heard Hope was talking, seems as if it's Ghana with the weather around, it's going to be pretty dry.
It was raining the other day, wasn't it? But I don't think they've had any
Yeah, but the rain didn't
since.
it didn't stay.
Right, yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's okay. So
Heavy spin West Indies is the headline.
thought the batting looked a lot light. What do you think?
The batting always looks light to me, but
If you're playing three spinners,
three spinners, two paces.
anyhow, Chase is considered the West Indies finisher. So let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's definitely the 11.
Okay.
Campbell, Auguste, Carty, Hope, Rutherford, Django, Moti, Pierre, Alzari, Shamar Joseph, and Vital Laws.
So Laws gets his maiden call up.
Debut, well deserved. I hope we go well.
Yeah, but it beckons now, and I think Coach Darwin Sammy now is just bowled an off break to the Jamaica Cricket Board, because here you got a young man with that amount of talent there, and you never thought it in your best interest to try to see if you could be able to promote him or get him into the mix.
Well, we called him when we first saw him playing the Sri Lankan emerging players before they went, or was that, yeah, Sri Lankan emerging players before they went, or before they even picked the team for the West Indies under-19s. We said what control this guy had for a Chinaman. You don't see that often these days, left arm wrist spinner.
But you know what was amazing about that? Maybe he didn't bowl well in the first game, but we were talking about him.
Yeah.
Then he got to drop next game, and then we had to. This is what we're talking about development.
That's right. That's right. We had to keep talking or he'd never come back.
We just think that, when Terry comes, he has to get 5 wickets, and if he doesn't get 5 wickets, you know.
Goodbye. Yeah.
Leewards looking to press home here. The home team will be looking to try and make sure they make a statement. More changes being made.
He's not frightened of making changes as Miller, and he's in the middle of a very good spell. One more ball to go in his 5th. Bang on target again, defended, and no run. So after 16 overs, Jamaica under-19s in trouble, 65 for 4. And Miller has bowled 5 overs. 2 for 12.
I think when he's most dangerous, Terry, is when he pitches the ball up. We know he likes to bowl short. We know he's got some more or less, as we would say, rapid pace. Well, I personally would like to see him bowl a lot more a fuller length. Really, I think that's when he's most dangerous.
Yes, most definitely. And that ball, even though there's no shot offered, it was exactly where any good coach would tell you he wants you to be. Edward continues, slapped up to long off. Oh, they're thinking of 2. They could be stuck at one end again. They get back. So not much chatting going on there between the Jamaican batsmen. Almost caused another run out. We've already had one, and they can ill afford a second. Probably was 2 there, but lack of communication, but they both survive. So Scott is on 2. He's on strike to Edward. Littleton is on 6. 66 for 4 in over number 17. And that's stroked again to... And again, they think about it, and this time, fumble by Francis. They get back home. Well, again, miscommunication. Yes, no, yes, no. In the end, they decide no. He was sent back, and he was more than halfway down the pitch. Francis had plenty of time. The return came in from long off on the bounce. Just took his eye off it at the wrong time, did Francis. And that gave enough time for the batsman to scramble back. So Littleton survives. He's on 6, 67 for 4. They need to get this communication right. Is this one? Shorter delivery by Edward. Tried to put that into CWI headquarters, did Littleton, but makes no contact. Plays that nice. Lovely late cut down to the third man boundary. Picks up 4.
Long time we haven't seen her. I think the line of the delivery there was enough for the young player to just get his bat onto the ball, Terry. Had some good pace on it. Maybe Miller might be advised to maybe just have the short third man fielder maybe just come to his left more, finer. Squeezed away into the offside. Sweeper coming in. Even Miller himself can give himself some room. Terry can maybe just go back because they're looking to go hard.
So Scott ambles a single off the last ball. He moves on to 4. And Jamaica, after 17 overs, 73 for 4.
Well, Leewards at the end of 17, they were 78 for 2.
So there's still runs and wickets to the good. Scoreboard pressure, the run rate over a run a ball now. It's up to 6.15. 203 required for victory.
So Miller has pulled himself out of the attack. He's gone to his West Indies teammate, Tilakani.
Tilakani, bit of spin.
And he does bowl well, Terry.
Yes.
Still got Daniel to come.
Not short on bowling options, that's for sure. Tilakani will take up the attack from the commentary box end. 73 for 4 after 17, chasing 276 to win Jamaica.
Also have Atenes.
Yes.
So
Plenty of bowling options.
yeah, so I think this track here will call for spin. Most of the games that are going to be played here, especially on this track here.
Starts well. Scott plays that one straight back to the bowler, no run. He looks to sweep that. It goes through the keeper's legs. I don't know whether he made contact or not, but they'll take 2. Wait for the umpire. Yes, must have been a bit of bat on that. So Scott moves on to 6, 75 for 4. He's got a slip in, backward point, short extra cover point on the boundary sweeping, long off, long on, short mid wicket, deep square, and backward square inside the circle.
Winwood Islands, Terry, 95 for 2. Thea Edwards is on 60 not out from 37 balls, 9 fours, 3 sixes. So he looks like he wants to get to 100 within the first 20 overs. But I think if he bats all 50 overs, they could be in the conversation.
Yeah. Tilakani keeping it tight in his first over. One slap through the cover region to the sweeper on the boundary for a single to complete the over. So after 18 overs, Jamaica under 19s, 76 for 4, meaning they need exactly 200 more. They're going to pull off a victory here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
So we go to Liberta Sports Club and Guyana chasing 168 for victory. They are 120 for 7. See Gobin 2, Ram 6, Newton 23, Apple 28, Ramdal 31, Hetmeyer 7, Passad 17, Budram 1. Yeah, we have a game on there, 120 for 7. So a lot of things happening over there, Terry.
That Hetmeyer is Shimron's nephew, isn't
Yes,
it?
yes. And you remember he scored a lot of runs, we understood, in the
runs.
under 17, but when he came here for the under 15, he really didn't perform to his
didn't.
level. Here
True.
comes Roger Daniel. More bowling changes.
Loses his run up, so false start. Sorry.
Just wanted to see the bowling figures for Edwards. How many did Edwards bowl?
Four overs. No, we got the 22s. Jason Edward. Free hit. Cardinal sin again for spinner to bowling no balls. This is Rondre Daniel, though.
Yeah, this is one, Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was this a front foot no ball?
I presume. Smacked out to the cover point boundary. Sweeper does the fielding, just the single.
Maybe if you can show me that first delivery that Daniel bowled again. Just want to just make sure that it, if you can capture it, it was
And
a
that
first.
is a full toss, and it's been hit.
One bounce.
One bounce
For
into the long on boundary for 4. So he's not hitting his mark just yet. It's young Rondre Daniel.
That was now. We'll see his first delivery. The Millers are waving that it is 4 runs. Matthew Miller's mom and dad, company looking on at the game. Another no ball again.
That is a worry for a spinner. 2 in the 1 over. Another free hit. This time to Littleton. He's on 15 off 18. As Daniel remarks his run up.
Yeah, maybe just overstriding there. Going for the extra. I got it. Seems to be a front foot no ball. Seems to be big too as well, because that's his second in the over. There's
Miller wants to adjust the field, but he can't.
I don't think he can.
No, so the umpire is just
I don't think he can.
advising him that he needs to leave it the same
Has to remain the same.
for this free hit. This is the same batsman on strike. And this time, doesn't connect, so he gets away with the the 2 free hits really, just a single off the first one, and they failed to score off that one.
I think what Daniel has to do is just bowl the ball into the surface first. As well bowl
It's better.
and get his rhythm going. 2 deliveries outside of that full toss, which was belted away for a boundary. Just needs to just relax, get his composure, bang on target. Now he's got his line.
This looks like the replay of the first one. And that is gone high in the air,
I
deep
think
backward.
it's gone. It's gone all the
Deep
way.
mid wicket had no chance over his head. And 6 off Daniel's final delivery.
Yeah, he was waiting for a long time there, hoping that it would come right down to him. But good elevation in the shot, dragged down by Daniel, and as Terry has been talking all day, it just sailed away with the wind.
With the wind, eh?
Can't get any better than that.
So 89 for 4 at the end of that over. Jamaica in pursuit of 276. It's hard to see, but it had to be a front foot because the umpire wasn't looking at anything else.
Yeah, but if it was a front foot, it didn't look that big to me. Like it was right up. But we're here in our booth.
So Kilatani resumes from the commentary box end, and that's stroked up to long on for a single. Scoreboard is trying to catch up here. I believe the score is 90 for 4 though.
90?
Yeah.
Now 91 with that single.
Yep. Because it was 83 for 4 before that 6. I took it to 89 for 4 at the end of the 19th, and now we're up to 91 for 4 in the 20th. Bowling with good control is Tilakani. Off-break bowler, of course. Peel LDW, sweep offered, but not out.
A lot of the youngsters, Terry, trying to sweep. Well, one of the things that you have to understand as a batsman is what are you sweeping? Because if you're sweeping on length, then you really can't have your hands so close to you when you're sweeping.
Yeah.
You know.
You yourself
And
space.
yeah, so you got to know what you're sweeping and what you're looking to do. It's all well to say, yeah, you're sweeping, but what are you sweeping? What are you trying to achieve?
True.
Sometimes you sweep deliveries which are off, which means that your hand extension has to go to meet the ball, and you got to get as low as possible so you can make contact with the ball by picking up the line of the ball that you're trying to sweep. Daniel continuing.
The length is important. I like this though. He's given Daniel another over. He could have easily whipped him out of the attack after that first over with a couple of no balls and
That wouldn't be good
a
captaincy.
couple of
at all.
boundaries. No, but he wouldn't be the first to do it. 91 for 4. We're in over number 21. Littleton is on 22 of 25. He's out there with Scott, who's on 9.
Well, Littleton has shown from the under 15 level that
Real
he's a no
competitor.
nonsense player.
Yeah.
So he's going to play shots. He's going to give you a chance.
It's played through the cover region to the cover point fielder out there for another single to Littleton. 23 he goes on to, 92 for 4.
Hate to see balls hitting keepers' pads, Terry. You gotta get the ball.
Daniel, this time into Scott. Fuller delivery. Straight back to the bowler. Is that a chance? A half chance?
Half chance.
Yeah, by the look of Miller there at
Think he-
no, it's right along the ground. Just the way he's captain there at short extra cover responded.
Yeah,
He's hurt
Looks
his
like-
hand, no? No,
looks
he's
like
in
he's
the
in a-
wars. No?
Looks like he's
Daniel.
in a bit of pain. Think that might have
Yeah.
damaged his finger there. Physio's gonna have to come out.
On his bowling hand too, by
Yeah,
the looks of it.
He's in some serious pain. You could see him grimacing there, young Daniel. Maybe need some tape. And the physio, thank God she's not been too busy today.
Magic spray or something.
No,
at
I
least.
think it needs more than magic spray. I think she'll have to maybe just punch out some blood, maybe. You look like they're going to be taking the water break. They're now indicating now to the groundsmen. Are they in position? Nobody seems to be. Oh, they're going to look at what? Football?
Probably.
I think the groundsmen have taken a break. They've gone to look at cricket. They're going to look at football.
92 for 4 in over number 21. We'll take a break as the players do take a water break on Cricket 3.
Here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the Cricket West Indies under 19 series. And Daniel gone off the track injured. And so Jetton Edwards will finish the over. Finish with the next two couple of deliveries. Might have injured his bowling figure, bowling hand. They look for a single. Get it quietly in the end. So at the end of 21 overs, Jamaica 93 for 4. 93 for 4. Lickerton is on 23. Scott is on 10. They've lost Baines for 19, Gordon for 7, Hall for 18, and Nelson for 11. Just been informed, Terry, that there was a power outage in Bethesda.
What?
Meanwhile, Jamaica needs 183 singles of 174 balls. So we still have a game on here.
Edward swapped in. Ooh, that was nearly dragged back on. Attempted sweep shot by Scott. Oh, pardon me, it is still Tilakani from the commentary box end.
Nearly is almost like a mile away, Terry.
Scott moves on to 12. 95 for 4. And over number 22. Wider outside the off stump this time. Scott driving through the cover region to the sweeper out in the boundary for a single.
Over Bethesda, Terry. Windward Islands are 123 for 2 in 18 overs. Thea Edwards is on 75 not out. 54 balls, 12 fours, 3 sixes, and Aiden Burton is on 29 with 2 fours. Emergency fielder light brown on for Randre Daniel, wearing the number 10.
Played well again out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary for another 2 to Scott. Moves on to 15, 99 for 4. Got word that Justin Graves is out of the first one-day international against New Zealand through injury. That's one of the reasons why it's been heavy for the West Indies today. over comes to an end here at Coolidge. 99 for 4 after 22. Jamaica chasing 276 for victory. Littleton is on 24. Scott is on 15.
See also Matthew Miller coming off the field as well too. So I don't know if he has a slight niggle. He's walked straight over to the physio. And so he goes straight to the table. Let's hope for Leewards' sake that he's fine. It's been a busy day, Terry, as usual,
Yes.
at the Visibird International Airport.
Jayton Edward continues the attack. Well fielded there, short extra cover. Score kept on 99 for 4. It's in again to Littleton, who's covering up. Edward starting his 5th over. No wicket for 23. 2 dot balls to start with. In again to Littleton. Defending off the back foot. Edward increasing the pressure on the Jamaicans. Can't get him away. This time they get the single to cover region. Littleton goes on to 25. 100 up for Jamaica under 19s in over number 23. 100 for 4. Scott now faces Edward. Looped up wide outside the off stump. Called wide by the umpire. And again, too wide. So 2 wides in a row from Edward. This time he's back on target and they're looking for a run and they're going to be run out. Lack of communication again. And Scott is needlessly run out. He complains to Littleton, who did not move from the non-strikers end. He just pushed the ball to the cover region. Fielder didn't have to move far, but he thought he'd placed it well enough for the single. Littleton was not interested. Scott is demoralized as he walks off the field, but he has to go, and Jamaica lose their 5th. So they haven't helped themselves with their running between wickets. A couple of near misses, and that's the 2nd run out of the innings. 102 for 5. Poor bit of communication as we watch it again, Vernon. He just pushed it out. There was a single there, I'd say. Cover was coming round. Backward point was there.
Don't think that was a single, Terry.
Well,
because if you realize,
if he had been backing up and he had a move, there could have been a chance, but still,
but he got a
he
lot
didn't
of
move. It amused Billy Joe anyway. He can't believe it. Neither could Scott.
What did I say this morning? There are 3 things, right?
Yes.
All right. They always stand. Yes, no, wait. All right. You got to wait for your partner to respond to you. If he doesn't respond to you, then you're on your own.
Yeah. Even if it is your call. So a new batsman at the crease, another left-hander, Giovanni Gray, who bowled well, took 4 for 40 in the 4 for 44 in Leeward Islands innings. 23rd over comes to a close. Jamaica under-19s are up against it, 102 for 5. Still requiring another 174 runs. Plenty of time. 27 overs remaining. But they are 5 wickets down. So in complete contrast to the Leeward Islands innings, where out of the 7 wickets to fall, the seamers didn't pick up a wicket, and the 7 wickets were shared by the spinners. Jamaica innings, out of the 5 wickets to fall, the seamers have picked up 3, and there's been 2 run-outs. Tilakani is continuing from this the commentary box end. He's going around the wicket to the left-handed Gray. And Gray is almost chopping that back on. Loose outside his off stump. Tried to push it off the back foot, caught the under edge of the bat and almost played it back on. Through his legs, in fact. That one, he's gone big. 3 fielders converging and dropped. Most difficultest chance was for the fielder that ended up going for it, which is Richards.
Got to take
He
that
had
there.
his back to the ball, so the ball coming over his shoulder. The man running in from long off, which was Maury Jones,
he
had
got-
the better view, but
he got there, Terry.
he got there
Got to take that.
and went straight through his hands.
Got to take that, Terry.
Yes,
That's-
once you call for it, commit, and
that's-
you get there.
That's a dolly catch. Terry.
Should have been taken.
At this level, after this level, Terry, is the international level. You have to take those.
And that is almost chipped straight back to the bowler. So interesting times for Jamaica, just losing their way here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And a challenging total to chase down. That one there almost chipped back. Nothing shot really off the back foot. Just out of the reach of Tilakani, who's in again to Gray, is defending. Completes the over, just the 3 off it. And after 24 overs, Jamaica under-19s, 105 for 5. Two Jamaican boys having a chat mid-pitch. Need to get their communications right. We've seen 2 run-outs already. Almost a third. They're not striking the ball with any conviction at the moment. Lot going aerial. Jathan Edward will continue the attack from the northern end. Come off the inner portion of Littleton's bat. He was
Littleton has been tied down for some time.
yeah,
Terry.
as I was going to say, he's going for a run of ball, and now
Yeah.
he's 27 off 36,
Is
losing wickets at the other end.
they've not allowed him to really move into his flamboyant style, so he's had to graph out his last 16 deliveries.
Again, catches the inner portion of the bat, rolls back up to the bowler, no run, so 3 dots to start this Edward over.
Sort of lost his timing, lost his composure.
This
Ah,
one.
there he
Gets
goes.
something short and he's pulled it
There he goes.
high over the deep square leg boundary for 6.
Yeah.
Much needed for Jamaica.
Yeah, there he goes.
He pounced on that. It was short, going down leg, and he just helped it on its way.
That's what he was looking for, Terry. That elevation shot.
Absolutely. 1-1-1 for 5.
Nelson.
Nelson. Same as Jamaica's captain. Tossed up this one outside off. Hits it through the cover region to the sweeper for a single. Moves on to 34. 112 for 5. Brings Gray on strike. He's on 1. Edward has got 1 ball left. It's played defensively into the offside to complete the over. So at the halfway stage, Jamaica under-19s in pursuit of 276 for victory, 112 for 5. With all to do, you would imagine. 25 overs remaining. 6.56 is now the required run rate. 164 they need off the last 25 overs, but just the 5 wickets remaining, as I say. Littleton still there, he's on 34 or 40. Gray is just on the 1. Only faced the 5 deliveries though. Tilakani will continue. 4 tight overs, no wicket for 14. That one down the leg side, looking for the sweep shot was Littleton, doesn't make contact. Slip still in play for Tilakani. It's into Littleton again. And again, down the leg side that one, but Littleton fails to make contact. 2 dots again to start the over. This time gets a single.
Winwood Islands 150 for 2, Terry. 23 overs ball. Thea Edwards is on 85 not out. 68 balls, 14 fours and 3 sixes. Guess we'll monitor that for a period of time. Let me just get back to you, Terry, because over at Liberta it look like we can have an early finish there as well. Could be a close encounter as well too. Ghana now 143 for 8, chasing 168 for victory.
Oh, it's a close one indeed. And they need 20 odd with 2 wickets left.
Yeah.
At least Winwards are having a crack at mammoth total.
If Edward stays there, it could be a
Still
game
got
on.
Chance, yeah.
You remember I told you the boundaries at Bethesda are pretty small. Somebody tees off over there. And Edwards is a big guy.
Easy single into the mid-wicket region to complete the over. So after 26 overs, Jamaica under-19s 115 for 5. Littleton doing his best to keep Jamaica in the match. He's on 36 of 45 deliveries. He's out there with Giovanni Gray, who's on 2. He's just faced the 6 deliveries. Looks like Jathan Edward will continue. 6.2 overs, no wicket for 33. Of course, he had to complete.
Maybe Tanis Francis could maybe think about maybe introducing maybe one like Jacko Nathan has who I think bowls wicket-to-wicket deliveries. That could be another option for him.
This one's hit straight to short extra cover, no run.
Is Miller back on the field?
Might be actually, back in that short extra cover position there. Edward into Littleton, again beats him.
The pavilion at the CIU Road end is getting more massive.
Hits that one on the bounce to cover. They go through for a quick single. Nearly everyone he missed.
Gosh, man.
It's crazy. Left-handed Gray on strike. Staying over the wicket is Edward. He's hit that big but straight to the deep mid-wicket fielder. Gray was never going to hang around that long, and he hasn't. He's perished for 2. Jamaica lose their 6th. Edward picks up his first. 116 for 6. In over number 27.
Yeah, Maury Jones taking a very easy, comfortable catch in the process. Don't want to say they're falling like pins.
But you could. He never looked settled, did Gray.
Don't think he was allowed to be settled.
No, some good bowling. Edward has bowled well, maybe on his first wicket, but he's kept things tight. Tilakani working tandem with the off-break bowler. They've certainly kept the pressure on the Jamaicans. And this looks to be too tall a order. Still need 160 of 140 deliveries with just the 4 wickets remaining.
Windward Islands 156 for 2 of 24 overs. Theo Edwards is a 90 not out. 72 balls, 15 fours and 3 sixes.
Hope he gets it.
He's looking to make a statement early. You've already had, for the day, so far, 6 half centuries. And Theo Edwards looking to break the bank in this cricket West Indies Rising Stars men's under 1950 over championship. Leewards looking for their first victory. Home teams gone straight through him is Edwards.
Good over, successful over, comes to an end. And it was nearly 2 in 2. Didn't miss off stump by much or the outside of the bats. So Adrian Silveira is the new batsman. He joins Littleton, who's still there on 37 and after 27 overs. Jamaica 116 for 6, still requiring another 160 for victory. Just the 4 wickets remaining though. Leeward Islands all over them at the moment as Tilakani will continue. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17 so far. That one's turned nicely by Littleton into the onside. An easy single. Takes him on to 38. Score 117 for 6. Brings Silveira into strike. Tilakani will come around the wicket to the left-handed batsman.
Can't see Tilakani having a sweep on the offside and long on and long off. This is a new batsman that has just come to the crease.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, you got to put some intent into your bowling. Got to look around and understand what is happening. It's a new batsman batsman does just come to the crease. The long on and the long off can come up to mid on or mid off. So almost like we're playing a defensive game or frame of mind.
More hesitation.
Look as if he maybe might have just pulled his slight strain on his left hamstring. Just gave away a single. Gotta make batsmen work for the runs, Terry. Just
Yeah, it's one thing. It's one thing on the keeping it tight, but you got options to roll over the opposition here, and as you say, Vernon, they like to keep the fielders in the deep. You know, a brand new batsman. He's a bowler to begin with. That's swept well over the umpire's head at square leg into the boundary for 4 by Littleton. He moves on to 42, playing a good knock. But looks to me Jamaica might have a rather long tail here this afternoon.
is there such a thing in cricket called a long tail?
Well, I don't know. I still believe there is, but apparently it's not politically correct or something.
Don't mind me, Terry. You must sometimes you must learn to leave alone, Terry. Don't even take me on. Just leave alone. That's a full toss.
Oh,
He missed
and
out.
missed it. As I say, I'm not quite sure of Silvera's pedigree, but
Missed out.
what I've seen so far.
That should have been dispatched. Didn't look at the ball long enough. Clean him up.
And there we go. He didn't look like he was going to last, and didn't. And Edward picks up his second. Silvera gone for 1. Jamaica under 19s, all but done. 122 for 7.
Yeah. It's almost like curtains now. Clean him up.
Just tossed it up. He went for the big one through or over the mid-wicket region. That brings Cavorn Flemings to the crease. Similar to Leewards. The last 6 overs or so. 5.5 overs. Jamaica losing 3 for 20. Difference being, of course, they've got a fairly steep target to chase.
And just for the fans in Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago under 19 men's team have defeated Ghana under 19 men's team by 24 runs, bowling out Ghana for 143 in 34.3 overs. And this is after Trinidad and Tobago Red Force scored 167. So congratulations, first win of the day in the first round.
To Trinidad.
And Joshua Budram, he picked up 4 for 9.
And this is up in the air, should be taken at backward square. It's comfortably taken. Jamaica lose their 8th. Edward picks up his 3rd. And Jamaica are going quietly. 122 for 8 now in over number 29.
So the wicket takers for the folks in Trinidad and Tobago We had Darren Danraj 3 for 20 from 6.3 overs. Amrit Pittman 10 overs, no maiden, 44 runs, 3 wickets. And at the top of the order, Daniel Holder 9 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs, 3 wickets. Those were the wicket takers. Guyana bowled out for 143. And so that local derby, round 1, goes to Trinidad and Tobago. We go over to Bethesda, and we can tell you that at the moment, Thea Edwards is not out on 92. Windward Islands 162 for 3 in 26.3 overs. And this is after Barbados scored 392 for 9 in their 50 overs. Edwards 92 from 76 balls, 15 fours and 3 sixes. And he's accustomed to scoring 100, Terry. I think on Father's Day weekend, he scored a big 100 as well. So he would really want to register the first 100 of this first round Cricket West Indies Under 19 Rising Stars Championship.
Most definitely, but well done to Trinidad and Tobago defending a low total, 160 odd.
Runs on the board is runs on the board, Terry.
Too true.
If you don't have any runs, you can't defend anything.
Absolutely.
Edwards searching for a fifer here.
Alexandre Elliott is the new batsman, and that's stroked nicely up to long off to get himself going. 123 for 8. Jamaica have slumped to after 29 overs. So they've lost 4 for 20 now since that disastrous run out. Sort of lost their way. And as I say, I think they got a rather long tail. But Littleton continues. He's on 42. Tilakani about to start his 7th over. He's taken none for 23 so far of his 6. Turn back with a square, but can't beat the field. Elliott. Again, new batsman, but we've still got a deep mid-wicket. Long on, long off. Sweeper on the cover point boundary for Tilakani. So it doesn't seem to matter, Vern, who he's bowling to. He keeps the same field. And that's a sloppy bit of fielding there. Allows the single. Ball just pushed into the offside. The bowler went to field his own delivery. Left it in a short extra cover. Let it go through his legs. This one's played nicely through the cover region for another single. Littleton moves on to 43, 125 for 8. Brings Elliott back onto strike. He's on 2, just faced the 4 deliveries. So they want to finish this off as quickly as possible. The Leewards goes well for net run rate, if that comes into play at all. End of the over, 125 for 8 after 30. Jamaica under 19s. Target at 276 is what they're looking for.
Well, Terry, I have some bad news for you. Thea Edwards, Stump Bowens, bowled past a ram for 92.
Wow.
.77 balls, 15 fours, 3 sixes. 162 for 4. And Aiden Burton, he's also back in the hut for 47. So, in all, Terry, we've had 7 half centuries in the first round. Looking to maybe get a 8 here. Somebody could be in trouble. No, got back safe and sound.
For the big one there, did Elliott. Didn't make contact through to the keeper. Better fielding this time in the extra cover region. Prevents the single. 94 for 1, 18.5 overs gone. 96 for 1, 18.5 overs gone. New Zealand batting first against the West Indies in the first one day, and Vital Laws is the one who got the wicket.
So he's the 230th player to represent the West Indies at the ODI level. So he got a wicket on debut. Congratulations to the young man.
Excellent.
Hope that he goes from strength to strength, and that we would find a way to be able to make sure that we support him, get the right systems around. Because I think he's very unkind, and then when I say unkind, in terms of his style of bowling, and he's somebody that you're gonna have to encourage, because the more games he plays, is the better that he's gonna get.
Absolutely.
He's not gonna get better on the bench.
Very difficult. And chance for a run out again at the bowler's end, but the return is off target and they scramble home.
And the reason why I said that, Terry, is that I just don't like how Moti was treated. Moti left our 3-day championship as the leading wicket taker. Bill Joe has just told me that Moti has just picked up a wicket, and for some strange reason he was just kicked out of the West Indies team.
Yes, very unusual circumstances. And I heard that he was sent to a psychiatrist or something and all this business. I don't know. They're on the ground. They know best, but very unusual. Moti is a good, honest cricketer.
I just think
I'd like to see him back in the test team too, because we don't have a real specialist spinner, pick one.
The issue for him, Terry, is who he where will he get into? And that's the big concern.
Which direction do you want him to go?
In terms of who will he play ahead of, because the captain is going to play. They're gonna depending on where they go, they're gonna play 4 tracks. I can't see them playing 4 seamers, Terry, at Queens Park Oval.
No.
So as you said, he might have a chance against Pakistan, and I hope they really do consider him. But we also have to take into consideration Warrican is a vice captain, so he gets first preference.
Yes.
I didn't say that, Terry.
Whoops, he's dragged that back on. Tilakani gets the wicket he deserves. Batsman Elliott bangs his pad with his bat in disgust, and Jamaica lose their 9th.
Yeah.
129 for 9 in over number 32. Last man standing. Jade Moore, who opened the bowling this morning, has come out at number 11.
Rickerton looks a little bit frustrated. No one is staying with him.
No, and he's put in 44 of 56. He's tried his best to hold the innings together. That mix-up with DeMarco Scott didn't help, and since then it's been a bit of a procession for the young Jamaicans. 102 for 5 when Scott went. Now 129 for 9. So in about 9 overs, they've lost 5 for 27. But full credit to the Leeward Islands. They've kept the pressure on, supported themselves in the field. Tilakani. Oh, that's close.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Oh, straight away, though. Nod of the head. He survives. That looked pretty close to me. 129 for 9 at the end of 32. Tilakani's not too happy. But he should be. He's bowled well.
I think it might have been hit outside the line of the off stump, in fairness to the umpire.
Well, she was pretty confident. Straight
Tilakani,
away, she shook her head.
Tilakani seems very surprised. Maybe in another competition that might have been given out. But here, the umpire felt that height and hit outside the line of the off stump might have been just the order of the day.
So 129 for 9, just 1 wicket required now by the Leeward Islands.
357.
Tropical wave.
Terry in Antigua. Almost 3 minutes to 4, 3 minutes to 3 in Jamaica. So we could, notice what I said, we could have an early afternoon.
Could.
Terry looked at me as if like, what are you talking about? If we go home by 4, if we go home by 4:30, at least we're good, Terry. We can't complain.
No, well, I wasn't complaining anyway, but I was
We'll be
thinking that you had thoughts of Littleton
Get into a half century?
and farming the strike for the next 18 overs.
You just never know. We've seen miracles happen. This is a cricket game. It's a game of glorious uncertainties. Good afternoon, Basil Morgan, Basil Chambers in Montserrat, Tavern Williams.
Jaheim Clark is going to return to the attack. He's changed ends. He's coming in from the northern end to Littleton. And Littleton is charging him and slashing him through the cover region. 4 runs.
Jeez.
Welcome back to the crease, Jaheim Clark. Littleton rockets on to 48, 139 for 9.
Well, Rickerton is on the charge. That was a proper cricket shot, Terry.
Yep.
Just got outside, cleared his front leg, and slashed it past the mid-off fielder and down to the boundary for 4. And in fact, he knew he hit it so well, there was no need for him to run.
Not at all.
He's on 48.
Might have been a bit of a loose, no? For
Yeah.
Clark, we'll see what happens now, but adjustment in the field as the fine leg comes into the circle.
He deserves a half century, Rickerton. He certainly does. And he's
And
driving hard.
straight back at Clark.
Clark had to take
Nearly took
evasive
him out.
had to take evasive action there.
But they took the single, so he might get stranded on 49 here, Vern.
Don't say that. More can bat. Won't have you saying that, Terry. Come on.
No, notice how you said could. Well, I said might. All he has to do is block 4 balls.
No, it doesn't matter, man. He just needs to just watch the ball. And Lickerton seems to have had some confidence in him. Maybe they played at the same school team. He's come down to him and just says, listen, you got to give me support. Jamaica needs 142 of 106 balls. So they need 142 singles.
Singles won't do it.
You just never know. Anything is possible.
They'd end up 32 short. He thumped that and he's got his single plus some. He's driven it for 4.
He's gone for 4.
What's he doing batting at 11? Jade Moore is off the strike with a beautiful on drive. Look at that. What's wrong with that? Any batsman would be proud of it.
Lickerton is on
49 still.
Really would like him to get to a half century. Really deserves that in the context of the game.
Expensive over. 9 off 3 balls.
Could be curtains as well too.
Yes. That was well played. On the stumps. Just blocked it. Took the single. Littleton's got his chance of getting his half century.
Well, the thing about it is that Lickerton has got a lot of faith and confidence in Moore.
He hasn't got much choice though, has he?
I don't think he does.
Here he is on 49, facing Clark. Clark running in from the northern end. And he goes for it.
Misses out.
Doesn't take the single. Down the leg side, but can't get it past short fine leg, who is
a challenger?
Challenger, yes, because challenger there at short fine leg. Clark in again to Littleton. This time he gets the single, and there's the young man's half century.
So 50 to Rickerton. Really deserves that. 50 off 60 balls, 4 fours, 2 sixes. Ryan Lickerton from Jamaica records Jamaica's first half century of this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 Championship. And well played by the young man.
Yes, very well played. Of 60 deliveries. Took him a while to acknowledge his half century.
4 fours and 2 sixes. But he's not that kind of player, really. No, he will be disgusted with himself with the way how his teammates got out. I think first the run out.
I think the run out really upset him.
But, you know, he's really played well. And he maybe still going to bat the normal self. Moore has shown some confidence.
He's still on strike for Tilakani's next over. Half-hearted appeal as he's down on one knee, trying to sweep that over backward square leg. Doesn't make contact. 140 for 9. We're in over number 34. Playing that off the back foot. Punches it back to the bowler. No run. So Tilakani is in his 9th over. 1 for 26 so far. And that one is played up to long on. They take the single. Littleton moves on to 51, brings Moore back on strike. Faces Tilakani. Tosses it up, he goes for it. Gets the inner portion of the bat, rolls out to backward square, no run. Not exactly where he was looking to put that though.
Yeah, Tilakani just needs to get it above the eye line.
Yes.
Just above the eye line. Don't try anything. Just a loop.
There we
Just
go.
a loop.
Oh,
just
and
a
that
loop.
nearly rolled back onto the stumps.
Just above the eye line.
Thought he had him there. 141 for 9. Partnership worth 12 at a runner ball. Tries to play a forward defence. Keeps it out. Good enough. Sees the over out. Oh, that ballooned off his pad when he went for the big strike. And then almost spun back onto his stumps. But he survives. 140, 1 for 9 after 34. Rickleton is still there on 51. Moore is on 5. Littleton will be on strike.
Are we taking a
As
water
we're
break?
taking a water break. We'll take a water break too here on Cricket 360 and be back with the last rights in a few minutes.
So we're back after the break, and straight after the break, we see Jaime Clark, who's been switched from the media centre in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies, to the CIU Road end. And his first delivery is spanked into the offside by Rickleton, who goes up to 52, brings more into the conversation. 142 for 9. This is after the Leewards would have posted 275 for 7 of their 50 overs. Again, back of the length delivery, more going for an extravagant drive, only as far as the mid-on feeler. Now brings back Rickleton into strike. Not for 29 so far is Jaime Clark. Here's Rickleton having a heave, miss completely, and through to wicketkeeper Tanis Francis, who's the vice captain of this Leeward Islands under-19 team this season. Francis earlier scored an attractive 82, 97 balls, 11 fours, 140 minutes batting, supported by Miller, who scored 72, 78 balls, 4 fours, 3 sixes, 89 minutes. Here's Rickleton going hard, flashed out to the mid-wicket fielder. And Light Brown, who is on for Ron Daniel, would have injured his bowling hand on the field. He, in the meantime, Rickleton, he goes up to 54. His 50 came off 60 balls, 4 fours, 2 sixes. We've had 8 half-centuries scored so far for the day. Thea Edwards 8 short of 100 today. Could only muster 92 in the end. Thea Edwards, he'd be very, very, very upset with himself in terms of how he got out. For Barbados, Jordan Graham 76, Kamar Dixon 67, Gatson Bowen 62, Trinidad and Tobago, Christian Lal 53, and for the Leewards, Francis and Miller. Here is a beautiful shot by Rickleton. Inside out, just punched it over mid-on. Stayed, posed for the camera as it raced away to the boundary for 4. A delivery of Clark, more or less a check drive. And all you could do is just look at it. It's just rolled right in front of the Cricket West Indies flagpole with the flag flying. 149 for 9, 35 overs bowled, 15 to go. And the game is just meandering on as we speak. They need 127. That's more or less academic right now. But Rickleton would maybe have other ideas if he can only get more to stay with him. Tilakatney starts his 10th over. 1 for 27 so far from his 10. My colleague Terry Laraja is having a cup of coffee. Next time I have to walk with my cup, because in here is like Little London. 150 comes up with that single for Jamaica. Tilakani, 9 overs, no maidens, 28 runs, 1 wicket. Jayton Edwards, 9.2 overs, no maiden, 37 runs, 3 wickets. Matthew Miller, 5-1, 12-2. Clark, 5-0, 35-0. And Kazim Challenger, 5-0, 23-1. Andre Daniel, 1.4, 0, 14-0. He's off the field. because he's maybe injured his bowling hand. Let's hope that he's fine and okay. But in the meantime, Tilakani looking to wrap up this game for the Leeward Islands, sponsored by Tropical Wave. 150 for 9. Lickerton comes into strike. Tilakani into Lickerton, and he's more or less a check drive, as if he was on the Cedar Valley Golf Course. He just chipped it over the short mid-wicket fielder, and Jones from long on comes in to pick it up. Can this game be over in the over? Could Tilakani be the hero?
Ooh.
He's going for a big heave over into the square leg area is Moore, who fancies himself after he played that excellent on drive down the ground that he could finish this game. Very busy day here at the VC Bird International Airport.
Poor
And,
ball got the treatment.
Yes, because Tilakani was going searching for the wickets. Needs to bowl the ball properly. Just gave away runs there. No need for trying anything. Just bowl the ball wicket to wicket. Sort of spoil your figures now. He's now not 1 for 33. 6 runs out of the over. Giving Moore some confidence. Moore goes to 11. Flighted. And he's driving inside
Catch.
out. That's
Top
a beautiful
catch.
catch.
Top
Look, that's got to be
catch.
Jack Athanez. Superb athlete is this young man. Diving away there, backward pointing. He came off with a screamer. The Leeward Islands under 19, sponsored by Tropical Wave, pick up their first victory. Here, it's game, set, and match for Matthew Miller, their new skipper. Look at it again on the replay.
Flew like a bird, Vernon.
Oh, certainly. He's got long levers as well, too. He was flying away.
Top
Got
catch.
himself out there.
Look at that.
Oh, almost goalkeeper style. Plucked that out of the air. And like I said, this FIFA World Cup has been dominated by goalkeepers. All of the fielders now are going to have a conversation. Matthew Miller, the captain, picking up his first win for the Leeward Islands. And Leeward Islands under 19, sponsored by Tropical Wave, winning by 120 runs. More comments from you, Terry.
Yes, excellent performance there by Leeward Islands under 19s. Leeward Islands Tropical Wave. Dominant in all departments, really. Fine innings by Tenez Francis at the top of the order, who scored 82 off some 98 deliveries. It included 11 fours and shared in that 106 run stand with his captain, Matthew Miller, who made a very good 72 off 78 deliveries. It included 4 fours and 3 sixes. And good lower order runs. Pair of 28s from LaShawn Bergen of 24 deliveries, and Rondre Daniel, who was not out, 28 of 29 deliveries. Got them to a very competitive 275 for 5 after they decided to bat first upon winning the toss on what looked to be a good batting strip. And all the wickets, 4 or the 7 wickets that fell, were picked up by the spinners for Jamaica. Giovanni Gray, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 44 was the pick of the bowlers. And Alexandre Elliott, 7 overs, no maidens, 3 for 40. So 275 for 7. And in reply, chasing 276 to win. Jamaica never really got into the chase. Lost their first wicket at 12. Second, 41 for 2. And 58 for 3. 58 for 4. And then a bit of a partnership got him to 102 for 5. But then it was all one-way traffic. 116 for 6. 122 for 7. 122 for 8. 129 for 9. And all out for 155. Which meant that the Leeward Islands win by 120 runs defiant knock of 59 not out of 69 deliveries from Ryan Littleton. Was the Jamaican's top scorer. He had 5 4s and 2 6s in that knock. But unfortunately, nobody else was able to stay with him. Highest being O'Dane Binns at the top of the order with 19. 18 to Demario Hall. And 15 to DeMarco Scott. But when Scott was run out with a real misinterpretation with Ryan Littleton, a lack of communication there. It was just about the end for Jamaica under-19s in their chase. And the wickets were shared around. Matthew Miller, who I would give player of the match to, for his fine 72, and he bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. Jathan Edward ended up with the figures though, 9.2 overs, no maiden, 3 for 37. Kunal Tilakani, 9.5 overs, no maiden, 2 for 33. And Kazim Challenger, 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 23. So Jamaica under-19s bowled out for 155 in 35.5 overs, giving the Leeward Islands Tropical Wave a 120-run victory. So good start to the tournament for the Leeward Islands.
While we're talking about good start to the tournament, the Windward Islands are 203 for 7. While we're talking about good start to the Leeward Islands tournament, Terry, thank you. The Windward Islands are 203 for 7. And just to let the folks know, in terms of the full schedule going forward, Terry, we come back here. It's almost like a tag team for both of us. We come back here on Monday, and we'll see at Bethesda, Jamaica under-19 will take on Guyana under-19. Liberta Sports Club will see the home team, Leeward Islands, taking on Barbados. That's going to be a big one, as they would say. And right here at Coolidge, we'll see Trinidad and Tobago taking on the Windward Islands under-19. So we'll get a chance to see Tia Edwards in action. And just to let you know, Terry and myself will be continuing with our team right here. So the next round of matches will be on Monday, 13th July.
Be back on Monday, yes.
Yeah, Jamaica under-19. They'll take on Guyana at Bethesda Sports Ground in Bethesda, the home of Anthony Martin, Gavin Tong, their first test player, and Kelvin Pittman. So you got to journey over to Bethesda. And then we'll head over to the home of Raheem Cornwall, Kareem Agor, Wilden Polo Cornwall, Kenneth Benjamin, so many of the big stars over at Liberta. Leeward Islands, the home team, will be taking on the Barbados under-19. And then right here at Coolidge, Terry, it'll be Trinidad and Tobago, who defeated Guyana today, taking on the Windward Islands under-19. Terry, it was indeed a pleasure talking to you. Final words from you, Terry.
Yes, it was a very interesting match. Great to see that Cricket West Indies are able to get the under-19s continuing. Fantastic tournament, the Rising Stars. Please come out and support if you're in Antigua. Vernon just told you several venues around the island that you can go and catch all the action. And we look forward to a very interesting tournament. But well done to the Leeward Islands Tropical Wave today, coming out on top against Jamaica under-19s for their first win, 1 out of 1. And we'll see what they can do on Monday in the second round action. But on behalf of myself, Terry Laraji, Vernon A. Springer, Billy Joe there on the controls, and all of the Cricket 360 team, wishing you a very pleasant evening from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Please join us about 9:25 Monday morning.